Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us this morning. Let's see what's making headlines. UAC Lasako UPDC fuel market rally by 1.99% as week opens. No contract awarded for Barrow Port project, says the federal government. Retired soldiers barricade finance ministry in Abuja over unpaid allowances. Trump to substantially raise U.S. tariffs on India over Russian oil. Tinubu rewards the Tigress with $100,000 national honor and houses. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where investors' interest in the shares of UAC of Nigeria PLC and other major gainers on Monday, 4th of April, drove the Nigerian Exchange Limited all-share index higher by 1.99%. According to reports, the shares of UAC have been on demand following the company's announcement that it has entered into an agreement to acquire Chivita and Hollandia from the Coca-Cola company. Investors, however, continue to defy UACN half-year earnings, which dropped by 23% on cost pressure as the stock rallied on Monday from 88.3 naira to 97.1 naira, up by 9.97%. Other market gainers at the close of trading on Monday are Lasaco, Royal Exchange, and UPDC. Analysts reveal that focus will likely shift to the banking sector as the market awaits H125 earnings and interim dividend announcements as the earnings season wraps up. Moving on, the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has denied reports alleging that Minister Adegboyega Oyetola awarded a multi-billion-naira contract for the Barrow Inland Port project, insisting the claims are entirely false and misleading. In a statement issued on Sunday, the minister's special advisor on media and communications, Bolaji Akinola, insists that no such contract was awarded under the current administration. Akinola says that the Barrow Port project predates the Oyetola-led ministry, adding that any assertions to the contrary are inaccurate and should be regarded as misinformation. In his words, no multi-billion-naira contract has been awarded by Adegboyega Oyetola in connection with the Barrow Port project as it was conceived, planned, and initiated under previous administrations. Still on, a crowd of retired military pensioners barricaded the main entrance to the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja yesterday to protest the non-payment of their statutory pensions. The retirees erected canopies at the main entrance to the ministry to express their anger against the federal government, pressing home their demand for immediate payment of outstanding shortfalls in their gratuity, security, debarment allowance, and parking allowance. The retired pensioners insisted that their demands must be met before any dialogue could commence, despite all efforts to pacify them. One of the leaders of the protest, Corporal Umar Farouk, expressed regret over alleged pension board's deliberate neglect of the retirees who had given all their youthful energies to the service of the nation. Take a listen.
Okay, I protest because of my money, our money. All our money, they short it. They no give us complete our money. They say more park for Barra, we don't park. Let them pay us, we are parking allowance, they don't pay us. They say more gratuity, they cut our gratuity. We are up to date, nothing happened. Footballers will go play ball for just 19 minutes. How much they give them? We will retire, we suffer it. We will suffer it for the country, they don't give us 1 naira. If you look, I will come on my trouser, I will show you my iron. Where they come my see my hand, iron day. They let them give me my money, they cut my money. I'm the president carry money, they give players, where they go just play 19 minutes.
We are protesting about the non-payment of our complete gratuity, benevoria, in fact, parking allowance they have not even paid, and SDA, security disbursement allowance. The issue here is that the army pay us with old chart. That chart was 2019 chart. As at 2024, there were increments in the system. The increment is supposed to reflect on the new chart, but they are still using the old one to pay. After some time, we wrote to them. We were expecting them to write back to us that they have there is an increment. They never write back, meaning they are sitting on top of that money. Until after we make a little protest, they now pay partially out of that money. Meaning our money is still with them. They don't want to pay that money. That is one aspect. That we are only talking about the gratuity now. Come to the SDA. The complete half of that SDA is still with them.
What is SDA?
Security disbursement allowance.
Gratuity, they did not pay complete. Imagine I served for 31 years and they are giving me 6.8 million that is not even enough to buy a plot of land for myself. And I served them. Give my life for them. When I was in the army, if you see me, you will not even know. Majority of them cannot recognize me as I have left the job. They were frustrating me up and down. Now, pay us the money, they refuse. Pay us parking allowance, they refuse. Majority of us have never gotten Nawis, benevolent, and the SDA. Pay us SDA, they refuse to pay us by right. As far as you reach 30 years in the service, they're supposed to pay us our SDA, approved by the Nigerian defense. Complete. Instead, they are giving me 3.4 million, which is not up to half, as somebody that has served for 31 years.
To end the local news, the West African Examinations Council has released the results for the 2025 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for school candidates. The examination body revealed that a total of 1,969,313 candidates sat for the examination conducted between April and June out of the 1,973,365 candidates that registered across 23,555 recognized secondary schools in Nigeria. WAEC Head of Nigeria Office Amos Dangote announced the release at a press briefing in Lagos on Monday, noting a significant drop in the number of candidates who passed with credits in core subjects. According to Amos, 1,718,090 candidates, representing 87.24% of those who sat for the examination, obtained credit and above in a minimum of 5 subjects with or without English language and mathematics. The exam was also conducted in schools operating the Nigerian curriculum in Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Equatorial Guinea. And on the foreign scene, the United States President Donald Trump has again threatened to raise tariffs on goods from India over its Russian oil purchases. Trump says India is not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil, but selling it on the open market for big profits without remorse on how Ukrainians are being killed by the Russian war machine. According to report, Delhi has condemned Trump's attack, describing it as unjustified, vowing that it will protect its economic interests, deepening the trade rift between the two countries. Trump had earlier warned that it will impose new sanctions on Russia as well as on countries that buy its energy exports unless Moscow takes steps to end the war with Ukraine. And also, Goldman Sachs has maintained its oil price forecast for Brent crude, seeing the benchmark averaging $64 over the fourth quarter of the year, despite recent developments that have pushed both Brent and West Texas Intermediate higher. Goldman analysts reveal that increasing pressure on Russia and Iran's sanctioned oil supply poses an upside risk to their price forecast, especially given the faster than expected normalization in spare capacity. Russia's biggest oil buyers, China and India, however, indicated they have no intention of suspending purchases, which should be theoretically bearish for oil prices. The analyst also cited weaker than assumed economic activity data for the United States as a factor in that demand estimate. And now to sports, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has conferred national honors, financial gifts, and housing rewards on Nigeria's senior women's basketball team, the Tigress, following their record 5th consecutive FIBA Women's AfroBasket title. Vice President Kashim Shettima, at a presidential reception in their honor at the State House on Monday, announced that each player will receive $100,000 and a flat, while members of the coaching and technical crew will also receive $50,000 and similar housing packages. The ceremony, attended by top government officials, including First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, the wife of the Vice President Nana Shettima, and sport administrators, celebrated the team's resounding 78-64 victory over Mali in the AfroBasket final, held on Sunday night at the Palais des Sports de Trècheville in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. To end the news, Toby Amusan has again stormed to victory in the women's 100-meter hurdles at the 2025 Nigerian Athletics Championships in Lagos. The world record holder clocked 12.57 seconds to win her 5th national title in the event, finishing ahead of Adalbi Tabubo and Faith Osamuyi. This win reportedly marked Amusan's dominance in the women's 100-meter hurdles event as she continues her preparations for the forthcoming World Athletics Championships scheduled to take place in Tokyo, Japan in September. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the news review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. everyone. This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 5th.
On this day in 1960, Burkina Faso gained its independence. Burkina Faso, which means land of incorruptible people, is a landlocked West African country known as Upper Volta until 1984. It became a French protectorate in the late 19th century. In 1958, the Republic of Upper Volta was created as a self-governing French colony. After independence, Maurice Yemogo became the first president of the country, whose name was changed to Burkina Faso in 1984. The economy of Burkina Faso is primarily based on subsistence farming and livestock raising. In 2014, the country had a purchasing power parity per capita income of $1,900 and a nominal per capita income of $790. Over 80% of the population depends on subsistence agriculture, with few involved in industry and services. Its export economy is also vulnerable to fluctuations in global prices. Burkina Faso's GDP in current prices is estimated at $23.25 billion. And on this day in 1968, Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu Ni Ono was born. She is a Nigerian politician, diplomat, lawyer, businesswoman, and former beauty queen who currently serves as Minister of State of Foreign Affairs, a position she assumed when she was sworn in on the 4th of November 2024 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. She is the widowed wife of the late Biafran leader, Dr. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. She is celebrated for winning Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria in 1988, Miss Africa 1989, and Miss Intercontinental in 1989, making her the first African to hold the latter title. After her pageant successes, she pursued a legal career before moving into public service. In 2011, she was appointed Senior Special Assistant on Diaspora Affairs by the then President, Goodluck Jonathan. In 2012, she served as Nigeria's ambassador to Ghana and in the same period was subsequently appointed ambassador to Spain and permanent representative to the UN on World Tourism Organization in Madrid. Upon taking office as minister, she pledged to advance Nigeria's global engagement, focusing on youth empowerment, diaspora collaboration, and strengthening diplomatic services for citizens abroad, thus reinforcing the country's foreign policy agenda and elevating its international stature. And on this day in 2024, Sheikh Hasina Wazed, Bangladesh's five-term prime minister, fled the country amid mass protests against her government. During Sheikh Hasina's first term as Prime Minister of Bangladesh in 1996 to 2001, the country experienced steady economic growth, but political instability persisted due to frequent strikes, rallies, and parliamentary boycotts organized by the opposition BNP, led by Khalida Zia. Despite the unrest, Hasina became the first leader since independence to complete a full 5-year term. In the 2001 election, Khalida's BNP won a strong victory, which Hasina and the Awami League contested, claiming electoral fraud through protests were ineffective. The political environment remained volatile under Khalida's leadership, and in 2004, Hasina was slightly injured during a grenade attack at a political rally. In 2007, amid escalating tensions, a military-backed interim government declared a state of emergency, cancelled elections, and arrested both Hasina and Khalida on corruption-related charges. They were released in mid to late 2008, shortly before the emergency was lifted. In the general elections held on December 29, 2008, Hasina and the Awami League returned to power with a decisive parliamentary majority, marking a significant political comeback.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now we're ready to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. My name remains Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me today is our editorial director here at Business Day TV, Mr. Joshua Bassi. Welcome to the show, Mr. Bassi.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you this morning.
Yeah, good to see you. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you too? How's your journey here this morning?
It was fine, smooth. There was no traffic on Top Milan Bridge.
That's always a good thing to see in Lagos.
There was going to be traffic there.
Unlike yesterday.
Unlike yesterday.
Oh, yesterday was
back to
yesterday
back.
was a menace everywhere.
It was bad.
Absolutely. But let's start off by seeing what we have on the front pages this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper this morning on the newspaper reviews. The big story here says palm oil makers sustain gains, pull 2.13 trillion naira investment. And on page 31 of the Business Day paper, still on the front page, it says rental crisis forces urban exodus to insecure areas. And on page 31, still on page 31, it says Nigeria's gas waste and second spot globally. NNPC smaller firms banned 75% flaring. That's a very large percentage, if you ask me. And it says factories starve for power. And in the educational sector, on page 30, it says Nigeria's 2025 WASE scores worst in 10 years. I didn't see that coming, if you ask me. You know, just seeing us seeing 2025 WASE scores being the worst in 10 years.
I saw it coming.
What can we tie it to, you know, these poor scores?
Yeah, Elizabeth, you know, this YA result that we are now seeing now, you recall, even when the students were writing, you recall the crisis that you know, we witnessed during when students were writing this exam. You recall that that in some places, in a lot of areas in the country, students they wrote this exam until 9 p.m. until 10 p.m. And we recall also that candle were being used, you know, to allow the student ready. The lanterns were being used in the areas where, of course, generally we don't even have electricity. So a lot of schools, especially in the rural areas, there were these logistical challenges that you know, YA talked about. So that even the materials for the exam, the papers, could not get to schools early enough.
On time.
And so students waited till around some of those places that you know, the examination materials got to those places around 7 p.m., 8 p.m., and then students had to wait and write the exam until it was 10 p.m. You know, parents, you recall the agitation that time. So what did you expect when even the organizers of the, you know, the exam, the examination body, in terms of logistics, did not prepare adequately enough to be able to even deliver examination materials to the students to be able to even do. So that for me already, just like the case of JAM this year, you know, that can even put the student off and then throw them, you know, off balance to be able to even you know, comport themselves to write the examination. So I'm not surprised the result is bad, but of course, beyond just the fact that the examination body did not do its job properly to deliver examination materials to destination to school early enough. Maybe perhaps maybe the student themselves maybe did not also maybe study.
Do you think
enough.
do you think students nowadays are distracted?
I really believe that students these days are distracted by you know.
I know you'd say social media.
Yes, but of course that's the truth. Social media has distracted students. There's no doubt about that. I have a daughter that is always on phone. Sometimes I have to come on, leave this thing and then do something meaningful. I mean, you cannot be you know, cannot be on phone all of the time. You know, if you ask most parents, that they will tell you the same thing. So you
that's
have to
the biggest challenge.
Yeah, you have to be practically fighting with your children to be able to leave a phone and then leave a social media issue and then concentrate on their either exam or concentrate and then read their books. But during our time we didn't have social media, so we kind of concentrated more because there was nothing really that distracted us so much. Indeed, social media is a distraction. Yes, it has its own positive side, but I think the negative side is really weighing down.
Outweighs the positives.
That's very heavily on students. There's so much to see on social media. Some very interesting things. So students get so deeply involved to the extent that a lot of them, tend to focus more on that than even focusing on their writing or studying to have a good grade in examination.
What else do you think might be the cause of this 33? Apparently, from the story, it says 33% decline from, the 72.12% recorded in 2024. So, 33.3%, 8% decline for me. It's a whole lot. So you've mentioned perhaps the side of the schools themselves, not having certain things in place, and then for students, you've mentioned maybe social media being a distraction. I beg your pardon. Do you think there are any other things that could have been in the way?
There are so many of these things that we can talk about. You also know that in terms of even welfare, teachers are not well paid compared to other sectors people in other sectors. Teachers are not well paid, and so if you are not well paid, the level of commitment, to doing what you have to do, what you are engaged to do, might not be as much as is expected. So it could also be that the teachers themselves are not very well motivated to give their best to the student, right? Don't also forget there's also the issue of even facilities, infrastructure, education, the education sector. if you go to some schools, you may not find the best, especially in public schools. You may not find the best of infrastructure that can aid can enable students to do more, read more. If you go to some school now, of course, in some public schools, you don't even find library anymore. You go to some public schools, you don't find laboratories anymore. And even if you see those things, the books, the equipment that students will need to be able to do their practicals in the laboratories, those things are not provided. I think that the government should do more to focus, give more attention to the education sector. Of course, don't also forget, which is the reason why a lot of time we also talk about the fact that our leaders, tend to, take their students, their children, because whether you are talking about whether from the basic to tertiary education's level, is the same thing. Where you have how many public officials will you see in the public primary school? How many public officials, the children, will you see in the public secondary school? And then, of course, at the university level, they all go abroad, so they don't give as much commitment, to that sector. And of course, teachers are not well paid. So these are, in my view, things that could, combine to result in what we are seeing today.
I'm hoping that in the next year, obviously, I'm hoping that we will see an improvement, because this is not a good look at all. I mean, for Nigeria, for the educational sector, for the parents, for the students, across board, exactly. It's not a good look.
This is what you get, Elizabeth, this is what you get our representatives in the National Assembly talking. I don't think that is a crisis, if you ask me. I mean, we can't have this poor result in our WAEC, and then everywhere is quiet. Everywhere should not be quiet. It's just like there's also another story also that we should also pay attention to: gas flaring.
In the energy sector.
In the energy sector. Those are the kind of story. Those are the kind of things that should. Everywhere should not be quiet.
I mean, in light of now that we're talking about climate change.
These are the things they should. It's not a climate change thing. As far as gas flaring is concerned, it's not a climate change. It's just that we've not been able to actually, come up with policies that make gas flaring, to be able to stop gas flaring. Since many years ago, this issue of gas flaring has been on, and we've been talking about, by so year we'll stop gas flaring in Nigeria, but we've never been able to actually achieve the target that we set for ourselves. What are the problems? Why can't we stop gas flaring in Nigeria? I mean, it's alarming to see that we are the second
in the world globally. That's not a good spot.
Globally, and the annoying part of it, Elizabeth, is the fact that as we speak, we don't even have enough gas domestically for cooking and what have you. And this is the same gas that industries are looking for to even to do one thing, or to power their operation and all of that. So why are we flaring what we need, what we can trap, and then use?
Yeah, I think what I meant to say earlier was sustainability. Now we're speaking about sustainability and being able to reuse, the byproducts of some elements. Being able to use the byproducts, for instance, like gas. We should be able to, like you said, trap this gas and make use of it for other things. And it's sad that we have certain things that have like byproducts and we are not making use of them properly. We're just letting them go to waste and just causing more pollution to the environment.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's another issue.
Causing more pollution to the environment.
If you go to the Niger Delta region, they always tell you, some of them will say, we can't drink our water and the atmosphere.
They also talk about the suits.
The suits.
Yes.
You recall.
Yes.
I think 3 or 4 years ago, remember, in Port Harcourt, I mean, people could not, if you step into people's houses in Port Harcourt, the suit all over the place, and then you couldn't review. So those are the effects of gas flaring, and so we should pay greater attention to it, because it also comes with its own health hazards to the people. And we keep flaring gas. Why is it Nigeria hasn't been able to stop gas flaring or even reduce it to the barest minimum? if we can't even stop it at all. And it's so alarming to see that we had a second global, the highest gas flaring nation global, you know, second highest globally, according to the
to this report. It's not good. So we spoke. We've gone from education to the energy sector. Let's also talk about the property sector, where in Nigeria rental crisis is forcing an urban exodus to insecure areas. So people are moving from, you know, the places that are more secure, you know, in the urban areas. They're moving to insecure areas because of the
rent, the
high cost of rent.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, if you have been staying in a place and then suddenly the landlord, comes around and say, oh, you were paying, let's say you were paying maybe #1 million per annum, and the landlord has raised it to 2 million, and you can no longer afford. Of course, you have to. If you were paying maybe 2.5 million, and the landlord has come and raised it to maybe 4 million, and you look at yourself, can no longer afford. You have to move. So it's just what it is. Because you can't afford to stay and be owing the landlord, and then you get into issue with a court case and all of that. So the best thing is just for you move to where you think maybe you can afford, and maybe where you can afford is a place that is not very secure.
According to the story,
you just have to stay there because you can no longer afford the high renting where you were staying before that was secure. So I think the story really speaks for itself, the way it is.
I mean, I just had to go into the story, into the page. It says house rents in the last 12 to 18 months have jumped by over 100%. I mean, I can relate. It said this is fueled by inflation and high interest rates. In Lagos, many residents which are living in places like Surulere, Bagada, Ilupeju, Yaba, which are classified as middle class settlement, are now relocating to suburbs like Idimu, Ejigbo, Abulegba, Egbeda, Ojudubega, amongst others, on account of rising rent. I think for me, it's important for us to just make sure that, you know, these places that are supposedly, like the headline says, supposedly insecure areas, maybe it's just to make them more secure.
No,
if that's what people can, if that's where people have to move to now.
You know, that's where people can move to, because let take for instance, let take for instance Ikoyi, right? I think we can say Ikoyi is more secure than this other environment that you have mentioned, Egeda, Idemo, Ikotu, all of those. Let take for instance, if you were staying here, or maybe let's say Surulere, if you were staying in Surulere, we can say okay, Surulere in terms of this insecurity we're talking about is not about maybe the kind of thing we are seeing in the north, actually.
Okay.
We're just talking environmental security, you know, those
like what and what exactly?
Let's take for instance, you know, in Ikoyi, so you hardly hear a case of robbery, where some people will come into your house and then in the night and then you know, maybe break your windows and then come into the house when you are not around, you know. So that's the level of insecurity we're actually talking about. You see those kind of things is common in those crowded areas, you know. So I think that's the level of insecurity he's talking about. It's not and of course, in terms of let even also talk about the fact that people break into your homes. People you know, find a way to open your gates and then get in and then take big things. Some time ago, this case of people breaking into people's home and taking generators away, you know, was rampant. You know, you may not find such cases in areas like let's say Lekki, Ikoyi, because of course these guys around this area use a very bigger generator, or those you know, bigger generator that nobody can actually take.
Just move.
Okay, let's take for instance. So if you go to area that he has mentioned in that show, like a beta, you know, the kind of generator people use are those kind of maybe little generators that people can easily move. These people can easily move away. So that's what kind of mistake. So, but again, there's another aspect. There's another angle to that story. as people who were, say, living in an area like, let's say, Surulere, are moving Ikeja, let's say Ikeja, Surulere, are moving to Egbeda, Idimo, and what have you, because they go with deeper pockets, so they're able to, rent. Because the fact also remains that house rent in those places are also rising. It's just that those who were living in this other area, like we talked about, so Ikeja, they have the deeper pockets. So as they move to, let's say, Idimo, they will be pushing those who were living in Idimo out.
To where now?
To wherever they can go, because they can afford to pay rent in those areas. Okay, so when they move, the landlords take advantage of the fact that also some new set of people have come who can pay higher rent. So when the landlord raise their rent, those who were living there initially will have to move.
So is this a good thing then, or a bad thing for all?
You say
maybe it's a good thing for the landlords.
It's a good thing for the landlord,
yes.
But it's not so good for the tenants who cannot afford. But for the landlord, fine, it's good. I mean, the economic empowerment, so to say, for them. But for the tenant who cannot, especially tenant who cannot afford, it's not a good thing for them.
But I'm really curious to know what's the cause of this, this rental crisis that we're facing, because oftentimes you see that there's nothing that changed in their house. Landlords will say, oh, they're paying them, their children's school fees have increased, and then they're increasing, and you're increasing by 100%. How is that?
It's just
my
that the
fault?
100% increase is what is said. The point is that, Elizabeth, cost of living, there's cost of living crisis, right? The cost of living is on the rise every day. So the landlord who was buying, say for instance, landlord was buying, what can I use as a case? So let's say landlord who was buying, okay, let's just say something common. The landlord's wife was buying a basket of tomato, for instance, just using that for example, for maybe 40,000 naira, before now. And the basket of tomato has gone up to 80,000 naira. I'm just using that as just to make a case as an analogy. So the landlord's wife will now be demanding more money from the husband, right? So if the husband is, if his house rent is what is giving him money, where is he going to get the money from? So definitely it will raise the rent. So it's just that things are high.
But the salaries are not increasing.
Yeah, inflation is
on the rise.
It's on the rise
globally, actually.
So people just have to find a way to make more money to be able to cope. And so the landlord turns to his rent, turns to his house, which is his own source of income, and then raise it. You understand? So to be able to go with the cost of living. So it's expected.
I saw a post somewhere on social media that said that if you're looking for a house, look out for the houses where the landlord has a side job, so you might likely not be one of those ones that your landlord will be increasing by 100% every day. Like it's not depending fully on. And I saw sense in it. Maybe this is also an insight for our viewers today to maybe look out for landlords. So when you ask your landlord, oh, sir, so what else do you do, sir? And he tells you, oh, I'm a retiree. You just be like, oh, let me look for something else.
but again, just before we move, I think we need to talk about the story on the palm oil.
Absolutely, that's what I'm going to. So this story, agricultural sector says palm oil makers sustained gains, pull 2.13 trillion naira investment. I'm thinking that this is a good thing.
In the last 7 years, that's the level of investment that sector has attracted in the last 7 years. 2.13 trillion in the last 7 years. Elizabeth, that's a huge amount of money, and that sector, I think for anybody who's looking to where to invest, I mean, you can look at in the direction of palm oil production. In the last 7 years, the profitability has been on the rise steadily, without and if you go, for instance, the two biggest palm oil producers, Okumu and Presco, their combined profit after tax is about 136 billion, and rising from just 1.5 billion in 2019 to 136 billion in in just first half of
Wow.
2025.
Wow.
You know, and so that's just first half of 2025. So is one area that those who have the money, I mean, can go into. I mean,
Is this a
because the
clear indicator for
profitability
people
has
to go
been
into that sector?
See?
I said, is this a clear indicator for people to probably venture into?
Of course, it is.
You know.
It's opportunity for people to go into it, because man, the demand as demand keep rising, demand for palm oil keep rising, and of course because of increased population, and so there's a higher demand. Industries, there are those who are using palm oil to do one thing or the other, so the demand is there. Okay, so it's one area where people can decide to put their money into, and you won't regret that you invest in that sector.
All right, this is a notice to our viewers today to probably go to look into the direction of palm oil production. But let's see what we have on the Vanguard papers this morning. I think this is a season of $100,000 gifts. I'm just hoping that mine comes soon. So the big story here says Afro Basket win. It says the Tigress gets $100,000 each with flats and national honors. We know that just last week, we know that the Falcons also got $100,000 each, also with houses, because of their performance, and the national honors. But this is the same thing happening for the women's basketball team.
Yes.
This time around, the rider here says Nigerian women never failed nation in sports. So what are the men doing? This one says your win will inspire generations unborn. This is from the First Lady. And then Deco says sports sector is set for greater height, and it's good to see that it's the women that are putting the nation on the map in the sports sector. And on page 8 says smear campaign against Ojulari aimed at derailing oil sector reforms. And on page 7, flash floods ground Lagos and businesses are paralyzed. We saw what the flood did yesterday. And on page 40 it says WASE results, only 38.32% of candidates passed English and math, which are the main subjects.
We'll talk about that
honestly. And then NESG says high interest rate insecurity responsible for low economic growth. And on page 6, entitlement, ex-soldiers shut down finance ministry. I think that's a story that we should touch on. And on project, Umai says Tinubu has been fair to the southeast when it comes to project. Well, I mean, he's speaking for them. And on page 9, it says US to international students will revoke your visa if you skip classes and leave program. So this is a warning to international students to not skip classes. And on page 5 says APC ADC BK over attacks on Atiku, El Rufai, Obi and Amechi. And on page 9 of the Vanguard papers this month says Ojulari resume work amid resignation rumors. So obviously this is indicating to everyone that he's not resigning. And on page 11,
the presidency had of course issued just one line statement to say that Ojulari was still
very much around. But let's talk about this $100,000 each and flats and national honors and all of that. I think it's a good way to commend the work that they've done. Although there are some people that would say that maybe I've seen two different sides online. Some people that say that $100,000 is too much when we have other people, the people in the, those grassroots football clubs that are even trying to see the light of the, trying to get out there. They don't even have support, and then they're giving them $100,000. But I'm saying to myself, oh, but these guys are already representing us. They might as well get it. Yes, those people, their time will come. Yeah, there are conversations like that. There are also people that are saying the money is too small, that they deserve more, that if it was, yes, I've seen that they said if it was the Eagles, if it was the men, that it won't be $100,000. It'll probably be $500,000 or 100. I really don't know, and honestly, to be honest, it's even a sport person that was saying that. And I don't know what your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so my thought on this, Elizabeth, is the fact that we need to commend the Tigress, just like we commended the Falcons when they brought back when they won the WAFCON Cup for the 10th time. So this is the 5th time, right, that these people have been able to. I think
this is the 5th title. Yes.
Yeah. So we commend them. They've done well. They've done the nation proud, and we are very proud of them. We commend the president, of course, the federal government for, of course, awarding them. It's a good thing that they've brought this honor to our country, and we just have to say kudos to them, and we wish and hope that other people who are doing other things for the country can also do the same thing that the Tigress and the Falcons have done. Great, you know. However, having said that, I think I also personally now, and this is my personal opinion, Elizabeth, I think that we need to be careful with our reward system. For me, doesn't seem right. And like I said, this is my personal opinion about this. $100,000 each for the Falcons, and $100,000 each for the members of the Tigress, and $50,000
to
each for the technical crew, or
technical crew, yes.
And of course, there's promise them a 3-bedroom flat, national honor, each of them. So fine, it's a good thing. But I think that we need to be careful so we don't run into trouble. The reason why I say this is because is this sustainable? This is really sustainable, because are we going to be, you know, rewarding them each time we have a team, you know, representing Nigeria at an international competition? Each time they win and they come back with the cup, are we going to be, you know, giving them $100,000 every time, you know? So I think that I don't think this is sustainable. You ask me, you know, this level of amount that we are giving out. As much as I really encourage the fact that they should be rewarded, they should be you know, encouraged, they should be commended. But I think that in terms of the cash that, you know, Nigeria is doling out at this point, I think for me, I think we just have to be a bit more careful.
But how much is $100,000 to Naira?
That's about 150 million Naira. That's and again, I watched the vice president yesterday, who represented the president, making an announcement of this $100,000, and I was always asking myself, by the way, why do we even have to announce this, you know, reward in dollars? I mean, can't we even? Are they running away from announcing it in Naira? By the way, because Nigeria is a sovereign nation, right? So why do we place so much emphasis on the dollar?
That's another angle, actually.
Local currency. I mean, will you see an American president, you know, the UK prime minister announcing rewards for if they don't do this thing really. They don't throw around money the way we do in this part of the world for their national team each time. So if they were to do it really, would they be announcing it in Naira? Would they be announcing in any other foreign country? So why do we place so much emphasis? And then this is the same government that, you know, recently launched this Nigeria First. There was this Nigeria First policy that encourages you to, you know, buy local things, encourage it. So but we announce, the same government we keep announcing this reward in dollars, as if we don't have our own local currency.
So true.
It doesn't make sense to me. I must say this. And of course, again, we also ask. So, for instance, yesterday we saw the retired soldiers protesting at the Minister of Finance, right? And this is not the first time we've seen that protest. We also saw last week, we saw the police pensioners protesting at the police headquarters. Yes. What are they protesting for? Bad reward system. The reward system.
And these are the people that have served for years.
For 35 years.
Yes.
I saw a retired policewoman, a retired soldier, a lady who complained yesterday that she served for 31 years before retirement, and then she was saying that what payment was about 8 million.
Oh, I saw one man. He said 1 million.
1 million. Okay, and then the other last week we saw is CSP, Chief Superintendent of Police, who said that his pension upon retirement, not the chunk that they pay, you know, because of course the police are part of the contributory pension scheme. The army is not part of the contribution pension scheme. But the police man who is CPS, I mean is CSP rather, CSP was saying that his taken was 2.7 million after 35 years. So, and then we have people much as I really appreciate the fact that the tigress and the women have been rewarded, but I think that the amount that we are doling out, I think, because I
think we
myself,
need to pay attention to other areas
we have
too.
to pay attention to other areas.
And also reward them. Because if
actually,
people are complaining after 35 years.
look at what, because yesterday, incidentally, while the soldier, the pensioners, the retired soldier were protesting in Abuja, you know, the government was doling out this money to the tigress. Fine. But I also saw a soldier who was saying that, oh, look at how much they are giving to those who have just done this thing for just they've been in service for 35 years and retiring. Look at how they're being treated. So we have to allow this reward system to arrange in such a way that every sector, every segment of the society can actually feel some sense of belonging. So it doesn't look as if you shut some people out. And then you
pay more attention to some others.
Every Nigerian, one way or the other, they've contributed to this economy, and so we should not pay too much attention in terms of rewards, you know, to a particular sector while leaving the other to.
And I think most importantly, even the people that work in essential services, there needs to be some sort of priority for them. You know,
you only recall last week the nurses
also were on strike.
7-day warning strike before the
so the nurses, the people in the essential services, the people in the forces, they don't make any money. That's why I must commend, you know, the young people these days that see these people on the, you know, the police and men and women. Some of these fantastic ones are that, you know, are along the road, and they just give them, you know, some rewards or the other. But really, what's that in the scheme of things? If people are getting, you know, $100,000 each, and these people, if you give them a 10K on the road or 20K or 50K, nice.
And let me add this, Elizabeth. It's just that in Nigeria, I must say, we have bastardized this national honor thing. In some countries, if you can get the national honor of your country, is a big deal. It's a big deal, right? And so, but here in Nigeria, we have so bastardized national honors that you know, we just those who are in charge just give it to their political you know, cronies and friends and all of that. You know? So in such that national honor is not really.
What does a national honor mean actually? If we are to
national honor,
national
honor is given to those who have done the nation proud, who have served the nation, you know, in such a capacity that people can look and say, oh, this man truly has done well, has, you know, brought honor to the country, either locally or internationally, and he or she deserves to be honored, to be given a national honor. And there are privileges that, you know, the national honor confers on.
Oh, okay. What are they?
For instance, if you, depending on the category.
Okay. There are categories to it.
There are categories of national honor. If you could use the VIP lounge, for instance, in the airport.
Okay.
You have a national honor. There's some area, there's some places you want to go. You want to go into maybe some government, you know, places or some government department that if you are a national honor awardee, that should be cases could be fast tracked for you. You know, because you are a national, because you are a national honor awardee. You understand? So there's some privileges that, you know, are attached to it, and so people view it quite seriously in some countries. But it is in some countries, even the award of national honor to the tigress, to the falcons, is a big deal. You know, but like I said, in Nigeria, they deserve that national honor, but unfortunately, the way national honor is thrown around in Nigeria, people no longer really attach any serious importance to national honor. You know, but in some countries, it's a big deal.
Well said this morning. It's been really, really enriching, you know, looking at what we have on the front pages of the paper. From the BusinessDay paper, we went across the sectors from agriculture to the real estate sector to energy sector, you know, all of that, and then to the Vanguard paper this morning where we were talking about the national honors and reward system in Nigeria. But we have to, you know, bring it to a wrap here this morning on the newspaper review. That's all we can take this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua Bassi, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you.
That's where we wrap it up this morning. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. We'll turn our focus to a subject that remains as urgent as ever: accountability in public spending. Despite Nigeria's digital strides in budgeting and the launch of various transparency portals, the gap between allocations and actual service delivery continues to spark public concerns. So why does budget monitoring still matters in 2025? What tools are in place? And more importantly, how can citizens, the media, and civil society hold government to account, especially in an election post-year with heavy fiscal demands?
Joining us now to break this down is Oludamilola Onemano. She is Agenda and Research Analyst, Budget Foundation.
Welcome and thank you for being here, joining us on the show this morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, let's go straight into it. Let's look at the foundational context. What does budget monitoring really mean in practice? And I'm talking about beyond just tracking allocations.
Okay. Thank you for having me once again, and thanks for the question. So budget tracking is simply the process of monitoring. When you have a project, you have a program that you're doing, there's always a monitoring level to it. We always talk about monitoring and evaluation. So there's always a monitoring process to it. So budget tracking literally is, in practice, tracking and monitoring the projects that have been allocated funds to. So it may not also be projects, it could even be the recurrent expenses of the government. Are we tracking whether the salaries are being paid? So are we tracking if the funds are being released on time? We know that monies come from the federation account, and these monies come out at the particular time these projects are meant to be delivered. Is the money also spent as planned? So you could disburse, let's say you disburse 50% of the allocation, but at the end of the day, the money that was spent was maybe 35%. So are these monies also being utilized? And then are they also able to deliver impacts, right? So you're tracking not just the process, you're tracking the outputs, you're tracking the outcome. And to a certain extent, you're also tracking the impacts. This project that was allocated for, that was designed for a particular reason, has it been able to achieve the reason if implementation has been completed, or if implementation has gotten to a certain level? So basically, you're just doing a field verification of what the project and what the allocations have been so far.
All right, so now in 2025, with digital platforms like Open Treasury and the Budget Office portal in place, what progress have we truly made in public fund tracking?
So we would say over the past 10, almost 15 years, I know the Budget Office portal started of 2009 thereabout. We have had a certain level of openness to the budgeting processes. So beyond that, we could just see what the total allocation was, expenditure, what the total revenue was. It might be published on the CPM portal or something. But with the launch of the Budget Office website, that's the Budget Office website of the Federation, we're able to not just see only those total figures, but able to dig deep and see what the allocations were, what each ministry is getting, what is going to be spent in terms of recurrence, what's going to be spent in terms of capital, right? So it has significantly improved our openness and our transparency in terms of having public data being published to everyone to see, everyone has access to it. But I would say in terms of timeliness of processing, I don't think we have gotten it yet. There are things that ought to come out in a timely manner, like your budget implementation reports. You're releasing quarterly implementation reports, but the first quarter has gone, second quarter has gone, third quarter has gone. Even the year might pass. Sometimes you don't get to see one quarter implementation report. It makes it hard to track within that particular year. It also makes it hard to demand some form of accountability or advocate for some form of accountability. So if in my region or in my state there was an allocation of 100 billion and I cannot track it up until now, and this allocation happened in 2024, it becomes useless because we're already running a new budget, right? So budget tracking is very important when there is also timely publication of those things. You're able to track, you're able to follow up to say, oh, this has been disbursed. I can now go to the site or I can go to the field, especially if there are things that are tangible that you can see. I can go to the field and check what's the status of the implementation of the project, right? If there are things that you cannot see, you could also now start to engage your stakeholders to say, this money has finally been disbursed, or a percentage of this money has been disbursed, but I cannot, or I have not heard of any program that has been designed or any workshop or any training whatsoever. With the Open Treasury Portal, I think that was one very huge gain for Nigeria because beyond that, at the federal level, the budget implementation reports did not used to carry line by line expenditure expenses, right? But the Open Treasury Portal came and gave us daily payments. So as much as it's still not giving us tied links to the budget allocations, we're able to also track what the daily payments that the government has made, right? And then we're also able to track who are they making this to, who are the contractors. There are ways you can also link these payments to the Bureau of Public Procurement to say, oh, did this contractor get a contract? What was the total amount that was agreed upon? And then you check whether in the daily payments that were made within that fiscal year, if it aligns or something like that. So there's still a long way to go in terms of using digital platforms in Nigeria to lead to transparency and helping to track public funds, but we'll get there.
All right. Do you think that you can give us specific examples where tracking itself exposed misuse or inefficiencies?
So I would go down now to the state level. Budget has this platform called Tracker. We do a service delivery tracking. We go to the different states. I think we have officers across 30 states at the moment. Go to different states. We use their budgets to track the project implementations, right? And then when we know that in Q1, Q2, you have been disbursed 60% of your money, it will now be that by Q3, we would go to the field and see what the status of this execution have been, right? And it's more of, you're going to flag this, has this moved up, has this not moved anywhere? If we go by the third quarter or by the fourth quarter and nothing has been done, it is now flagged that, oh, this is something that has been abandoned, or this, especially if it's a recurring project, it's a project that has appeared maybe in 2024, it's appearing in 2025, and by Q3 2025, nothing has been done. It's considered that that project has literally been abandoned or has not even commenced, right? So it's not something that we do to write letters, engage the stakeholders to ask what's happening. And then when we cannot get a direct feedback from stakeholders, we now engage citizens to also demand that accountability, right? And then we've had instances where there were hospitals, there were even schools that were dilapidated, and there is funding that goes to them, or there's allocation that goes to them on an annual basis, and nothing was done on it, right? And then we engage citizens, we put it on social media platforms, try to engage the stakeholders. And when they got the citizens uproar, it was something that within a month, this hospital or this schools were completed, right? So it's when you track projects, it leads, most times when you track projects, and it leads to some form of advocacy or some form of demand for accountability, you find out that this happens as quickly as possible.
So now, what tools or platforms are currently available for citizens and also journalists to monitor government spendings?
Okay, so like we have mentioned, the budget office of the Federation's website. We also have the Open Treasury Portal, but then because a lot of times people are not very skilled onto how to use them, we also have state websites, right? But because people are not very skilled on how to use them, Budget has come up with different platforms where you can access this information. So the first one I'll talk about is our FG budget portal. The FG budget portal is for the federal government budget. The whole budget is analyzed there. So whether you're looking for it by sector, you're looking for it by MDA, you're just looking for a particular thing, you go to the portal, you filter through, and then you're able to get that. So we have the FG budget portal on our budget website. We also have the openstates.ng. Openstates.ng helps to bring about or helps to gather state documents. So all the subnationals, all the 36 subnationals, whether it's your audited financial statements, your approved or your proposed budgets, your budget implementation reports quarterly, it is on that website. So if you go and look for maybe Ebonyi State and you're looking for their 2018 Q4 implementation reports, it is on that Open State website. We also have the GovSpend, right? And I think maybe I should give a backstory as to why we have these different portals. If the states and the federal government have their own portals, it's because there are times when we notice that these portals are not easily accessible. Maybe the portal is down or something. Or there are times when we notice that they will have uploaded a document and within the next 1 month or 2 weeks, they have removed it from the website. So it's something that we try to call it, immediately receive it, and then upload it on our own websites or on our own platforms that they are already there and they are readily available. We have the GovSpend website, and that GovSpend is for anything that goes on in the Open Treasury portal, right? So those daily payments, helps to analyze what the payments are. You get to see payments that are going to coming through different ministries. You get to see payments that are going to some personal accounts and contractors and all of that. So yes, we have those established. And I think the last one we have at the moment, okay, so sorry, two more that we have at the moment is me.budget.com. It's more of a personalized page to say, I want to know what's happening in my local government. You know, there are FAC allocations that go not just to state, but they go to the local government. So I want to know what my local government is receiving. I will personalize it and go and tick my state, tick my local government, and I'm able to track on a monthly basis what was the FAC allocation that went to my local government or that went to my state. Then the last one is the PHC Tracker Portal. PHC Tracker Portal is something new and is more of tracking intangible projects or intangible assets. So we're tracking service delivery. We want to know that these primary healthcare centers have been provided with the basic amenities, the basic infrastructure, the basic medical supplies to carry out their day-to-day runnings. So we're now tracking what's the service delivery. Are people utilizing these facilities? What are the reasons why they do not utilize the facility? What are the reasons why they are do not use those facilities? And then when they do use the facility, what's the level of service delivery? Are they comfortable? Are the facilities being supplied? Do they have medical drugs, laboratory, all those things that are required to be in a proper functioning facility? Are they present there? So this PHC Tracker Portal helps to track that for us.
All right, thank you so much, Daniela. We're pressed with time, so the final question: what systematic reform or shift are needed to make this budget monitoring truly effective in Nigeria, and not just in policy, but effective in practice?
So the first would be openness. Openness in terms of transparency, openness in terms of timeliness, openness in terms of public participation. Because if you say, oh, I am open, I'm putting my budget out, how much of public participation went into the creation of that budget? Because it would be more of, are you doing a needs assessment to say, I want to plan or I want to budget for Yaba local government or the Lagos mainland local government, and I want to budget for Yaba in particular, but I'm just budgeting for them off the top of my head. I don't even know what exactly it is that they need. So instead of me engaging the citizens, a lot of times the budget process in Nigeria is not based off of public participation. So it would be good to have some level of public participation, because if I, as a citizen or as a community dweller in Yaba local government, I know, or in the Lagos mainland local government, I know that there is a project that we all agreed upon to be done. Our minds are wired that for this fiscal year, this project is supposed to be done, and then we start to follow up, right? Then once this is done in the whole budget preparation, the budget is published, and it's published in a timely manner. I can bet you that a lot of people don't even know what time or when the budget is published, right? If you're not learned to know that there's even a budget, sometimes people don't even know that their local governments have budgets, right? So it's more of creating public participation, creating public awareness, ensuring that these documents are publicly online, and then ensuring that in the implementations there is detailed reporting. Because if you're just giving vague reporting, oh, this quarter we got this revenue, this quarter we spent this amount, and there is no line by line action, or there's no line by line explanation to say this is how this money was spent, it makes it very, very, very difficult to track. So the government or state governments might say they are helpful in helping track budgeting, or in helping monitor budgeting by putting their publications online, whereas these publications are not even readable. They're not in readable formats. They're not in, sometimes they're even in photocopied or scanned formats, right? So it's more of making sure that it's released in a timely manner, people participate, and then people are aware, and lastly, it is comprehensive enough for people to understand.
All right, we've been talking to Oludamilola Onemanu, agenda and research analyst. Thank you for joining us on Business Money. We'll be right back after this short break. Please stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums.
Now, welcome back to Business Money. Now let's move to our second conversation for today.
And guys, to effectively scale a business in Nigeria, the focus should be on understanding the target market, which is optimizing internal systems and also leveraging technology. Now, this includes expanding product to service lines, building a strong online presence, and also focusing on customer satisfaction. Furthermore, securing funding, developing a strategic expansion plan, and also building a resilient team are crucial for sustainable growth. The beauty of seeing a business evolve actually lies in witnessing its adaptation, innovation, and growth in response to a changing world.
Scalability in business refers to a company's ability to handle increased demand and growth efficiently without compromising performance or quality. It's about having a business model and operations that can adapt to handle more volume, whether it's more customers, more products, or expanding into new markets without a proportional increase in cost. Essentially, a scalable business can grow revenue faster than it grows expenses. Now, joining us to dissect this necessary skill is Amanda Etuk. She is the program director, Cascado, Nigeria.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here.
All right.
All right, now very quickly, what are the biggest challenges Nigerian entrepreneurs face when trying to scale their businesses?
So as our experience at Cascado, I would like to introduce the company. We are a mid-stage accelerator program supporting entrepreneurs in Nigeria, meaning that we are supporting entrepreneurs that are at that growth stage that need the most support. And in our experience, what we've seen majorly is a lack of access to capital. A lot of entrepreneurs at this stage of business are looking for working capital to scale their expansion. And this is mostly only available right now through equity or very difficult to reach loans which require high collateral. So it's very difficult for a company at this stage where they need to scale their operations to actually do so and access the capitals they need. A lot of conversation has also gone around in the last couple of days about what we've termed as the ecosystem tax, meaning some of the infrastructure challenges that these businesses face in just carrying out their services. This is no fault to anyone. We are a developing country after all, but these play a huge role in affecting how businesses scale. We hear a lot about companies who are having their obstructions to their factories where they need to deliver goods to customers. We hear about people who are addressing infrastructure challenges. Talk about the manufacturing sector. Power is still a big issue to deliver on those locally made in Nigeria products. So I could go on and on about the challenges, but I think that they're very, a lot of us entrepreneurs or a lot of us within the ecosystem are well aware of these challenges.
So how do you think a business can transition from a small to a mid-sized operation without losing quality and customers' trust?
Well, this is one of the things that we speak about a lot. You need to have an obsessive, almost focus on your customer. And a lot of businesses start small without any key standard operating procedures. It's mostly people who have always done it. They have this tribal way of doing things almost. It has always been done this way. And there's really no documentation to pass on to new hires about how they've even reached that growth stage. So I would say that documenting processes is something that is almost unfamiliar to our structure here for a lot of growing businesses. People are moving so fast that they're not taking the time to create the structure around their processes. That's one of the first things that I would say that is a major thing that any business looking to scale should look at. Another thing is the talent. A lot of businesses are founder-led, which is a great thing at the beginning, but there's a missing team that's supposed to be the glue between the vision and the execution. And we find that a lot of businesses are centered around one person, one man, and don't really look at becoming institutionalized. And that's a huge barrier to becoming even mid-size or a proper functioning organization. And of course, again, focus on your customer, create constant feedback loop to know what the customer is looking for, how to evolve with the customer needs, and just to stay really top of mind with the customer.
So now, in what ways does access to financing impact business scalability, especially in Nigeria?
Oh, that's such a huge thing. We hear a lot of businesses having opportunities that they cannot finance. A lot of opportunities are available to some SMEs, and they don't have the capital infrastructure to back the demand that they have. And we hear a lot, even recently, pitches about even cassava processing. There's so many smallholder farmers, but not a lot with the skill to say, oh, let me create a processing plant, let me expand my machinery. So I would say that being able to access finance expands exponentially the capacity of any business. And for funds that are looking to create impact in this country, being able to provide patient capital, revenue-based financing allows these companies create great scale and grow their businesses beyond a small limited exposure to even serving larger customers. Another thing that I would say is corporate partnerships also help. So financing is not always about money. I've just talked about partnerships now. There are other non-financial resources that I think are very critical. A lot of businesses are missing out on the guidance of those who have gone ahead of them. It's very important for us to be able to create those learning mechanisms where people can improve their businesses by just learning what has worked for the previous generation and being able to expand on that.
And so how do you think businesses in Nigeria can effectively leverage technology to scale their operations?
This is a very interesting conversation. For a lot of us, we see technology as apps or things that we use on our phones, but technology should be considered more as a force multiplier. It's something that should improve existing processes within the business. Definitely is non-negotiable where we are right now, and there are several tools out there that will improve the way we do things. Now I'm joining you live from the studio remotely, and that's technology in essence. So we're able to leverage teams that even outside the borders of this country. So a lot of people talk about not having the right talent. Well, I think we can expand our horizon in where we look for talent because of the tools that are already available to us. There are several things that could be integrated into our processes, how customers order our goods and services using very low touch tools, even WhatsApp that is so common to drive sales. There are lots of things that we can do, but not just look at technology from the angle of apps, but to see how can we reach our customers better. How do we make better decisions? We're able to track now where sales are coming from with digital marketing, with people who interact with our content. Then collaboration, like I mentioned, we're able to collaborate remotely. So I want people to see technology not just as the product itself, but really as the enabler. And that's one way that we can really leverage on the tools available, even AI, to scale and grow our businesses.
Yeah, I heard you just talked about talent a bit. Now, what role does talent acquisition and retention play in scaling a Nigerian business?
It is the major thing. Talent is almost make or break. A lot of us, I would say a lot of business people ignore talent. There's a huge unemployment gap in the country, and people see that as an opportunity not to value some of the hires that they have. And that's a major pitfall for a business that's looking to grow and scale beyond a certain level. We have to get to the point where using technology again, it's skills over degrees. We are a very degree-based market here. People like to have certificates, and we need to know real time if people can perform on the task that they're being asked to do. So I would say that, for example, a sales hire should pitch to you, show you how they could sell something. I would say that anyone who's looking for someone who could build something should show a portfolio of things that they have built over time. And talent has to be properly incentivized. I just mentioned that here it's almost very predatory the way that we engage with talent in this market. And the truth is, key talent, quality talent should be retained, and we should look for long-term incentives within our organizations to keep the good people. A lot of people think that staff is replaceable. While that might be correct, but people who are instrumental to your growth as much as possible should be kept within the organization. I also like to say that for small businesses growing, apart from the skills, apart from the technical know-how, having the right culture fit within your organizations will do wonders. You would see that you're able to reduce the attrition that you would have if you just had the wrong person on the team.
Thank you so much. So how important is government policy and regulatory compliance in scaling successfully?
I would say that it's an all hands on deck situation. You need an enabling environment to properly scale and grow your business. Just navigating regulatory landscape alone is something that kills a lot of businesses in this market, if we're being very honest. I would say that collaboration, all hands, to know what is the real, will I say, understanding of what the local, state, and national regulations are around the business. I'm not for regulations to be seen as punitive, for a way to actually foster growth. A lot has gone on when we see that several logistics businesses, for instance, were springing up at some point, and there was a need to sensitize the market. And then the government here in Abuja at some point increase the capacity of motorcycles that were needed. That was for safety concerns, that was to control the numbers, and just to have a few key players who were committed to delivering excellent service. So I think more businesses should look for ways to partner with the government to effectively grow. Also, just knowing what the strategic roadmap for a certain sector that you're playing in helps, because you're able to tie your strategy with what the government or the expectations at the time are. It will save you from investing in things that are about to be phased out or things that are about to become prohibitive. So I think that businesses should really, really have an ear to the ground on what government is saying regarding their sector.
All right, so what strategies, what best practices can work best for entering new markets within Nigeria's diverse regions?
I love the fact that you added within Nigeria's diverse regions, because a lot of people see Nigeria as just a few states. We are multiple states with different personalities, if I do say so myself. So there are many ways that I would say test out in small bits, in small segments before expanding. For instance, what would work in Lagos might not work in Abuja. What would work in Abuja might not work in Kano. So being able to have a nuanced pilot before fully launching into any market is one of the most important advice I could give anyone. Not to see Nigeria as one market, expanding across Nigeria and apply the same strategies. Our cultures are different. The way that we approach situations is different. Our spending patterns, most especially, is very different across the regions. And I would say that one major strategy is having a deep understanding of the market. Go out, test the market, speak to people, speak to customers within the regions that you're interested in, and then of course try to understand the cultural nuances. And another last tip is, again, about talent, is try to have local bridges within the market that you're expanding to. If you're expanding within maybe Abuja, for instance, have someone who has a good understanding of that region, who could guide the team to know what is normal, or how to improve on certain ideas that you had to expand to that market.
Right. So talk to us about partnership and collaboration. How does it accelerate business growth in Nigeria?
It's one of my favorite things to talk about, really, because with partnerships, you can go a lot further. Businesses looking to onboard multiple customers at once could find that partnering with one partner is able to give them access to the numbers that they're looking for. I think we need to see collaboration more rather than competition, to see where there are synergies within businesses, or even within sectors or outside of the sectors, that could be collaborative. There are many pictures that are usually funny on the internet where we see maybe somebody hawking bread beside somebody who is hawking beans. So it's a very simple illustration that's funny to see, but you see that they're able to collaborate and grow their sales, because it's almost synergetic for most people. I would advise businesses to look for complementary services that they could add on with their other partner organizations. And one thing I see that people avoid specialization and try to do everything, but it's most beneficial if you find a partner that has key expertise in one area, while you have almost a synergetic or collaborative component to bring into that business, so that you can grow and scale. You focus on the things that you're excellent at and allow the other person focus on what they're excellent at, and you can ultimately expand and provide a premium customer experience.
So now, how can Nigeria businesses navigate infrastructural challenges when scaling?
Well, to be honest, I would say for anyone doing business in Nigeria is to be adaptable. We learn a lot of theoretical things in business school, but working and growing in this climate means that you need to adapt. So you need to adapt to the persistent challenges and the changes that are usually happening. So there are so many things happening at once. You have to be very flexible, very adaptable. Another thing is to be resilient and innovative. A company that we know very well decided to innovate around one of the challenges that are in this infrastructure. So we have a trust issue. But guess what? Now somebody has solved it in such a way that when you make a transfer, when you buy something, there's an immediate proof of the transaction, and that's something that, as simple as that was missing in our business dealings, that lack of trust. So instead of maybe complaining about the infrastructure challenges, it is see those challenges as an opportunity to innovate and to capture a market share within your sector.
Right. So what key metrics should a Nigerian business track to measure scaling progress?
So I think this is not just applicable to Nigerian businesses, but to anyone who's running a business. A lot of business owners outsource the financials behind their business to other people, but it's very important to be able to calculate your profit and loss, know your net margins for every business. A lot of businesses are very high revenue, very high cyclic businesses where a lot of money is coming in, a lot of money is going out, and if you don't watch your numbers, you might very well be operating at a loss. So having just those things at the tip of your fingers, I think, is something that works. Looking at the working capital cycle, how long does it take to receive money in your business? That's something that you should be able to do to avoid bankruptcy. If you have long payment cycles, look at that. And what's the cost to acquire a customer? What's the cost to sell your goods and services? Those are things that I feel like every business owner should know. Profit and loss, things like that. Just a clear focus on your numbers.
Oh, wow. And now coming down to communication, how does effective communication influence the success of scaling a business?
So there's a lot going on right now in the way that we consume information. So before now, business owners or businesses themselves could avoid some of the PR and marketing that comes with running a business. But now we are in a very content-driven society. Being able to effectively communicate will be the bedrock of selling any product. You've been able to communicate what the product does, what the service does, communication, constant communication, being able to reach your customers at whatever platform they've chosen to be. I think having that and just a clear message is crucial to, one, building trust with your customers, and then obviously that market presence as you grow.
All right. Thank you so much, Amanda Etuk. She's the program director, Cascado, Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Ubona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 5th.
On this day in 1960, Burkina Faso gained its independence. Burkina Faso, which means land of incorruptible people, is a landlocked West African country known as Upper Volta until 1984. It became a French protectorate in the late 19th century. In 1958, the Republic of Upper Volta was created as a self-governing French colony. After independence, Maurice Yemogo became the first president of the country, whose name was changed to Burkina Faso in 1984. The economy of Burkina Faso is primarily based on subsistence farming and livestock raising. In 2014, the country had a purchasing power parity per capita income of $1,900 and a nominal per capita income of $790. Over 80% of the population depends on subsistence agriculture, with few involved in industry and services. Its export economy is also vulnerable to fluctuations in global prices. Burkina Faso's GDP in current prices is estimated at $23.25 billion. And on this day in 1968, Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu Ni Ono was born. She is a Nigerian politician, diplomat, lawyer, businesswoman, and former beauty queen who currently serves as Minister of State of Foreign Affairs, a position she assumed when she was sworn in on the 4th of November 2024 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. She is the widowed wife of the late Biafran leader, Dr. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. She is celebrated for winning Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria in 1988, Miss Africa 1989, and Miss Intercontinental in 1989, making her the first African to hold the latter title. After her pageant successes, she pursued a legal career before moving into public service. In 2011, she was appointed Senior Special Assistant on Diaspora Affairs by the then President, Goodluck Jonathan. In 2012, she served as Nigeria's ambassador to Ghana and in the same period was subsequently appointed ambassador to Spain and permanent representative to the UN on World Tourism Organization in Madrid. Upon taking office as minister, she pledged to advance Nigeria's global engagement, focusing on youth empowerment, diaspora collaboration, and strengthening diplomatic services for citizens abroad, thus reinforcing the country's foreign policy agenda and elevating its international stature. And on this day in 2024, Sheikh Hasina Wazir, Bangladesh's 5-term Prime Minister, fled the country amid mass protests against her government. During Sheikh Hasina's first term as Prime Minister of Bangladesh in 1996 to 2001, the country experienced steady economic growth, but political instability persisted due to frequent strikes, rallies, and parliamentary boycotts organized by the opposition BNP, led by Khaleda Zia. Despite the unrest, Hasina became the first leader since independence to complete a full 5-year term. In the 2001 election, Khaleda's BNP won a strong victory, which Hasina and the Awami League contested, claiming electoral fraud through protests were ineffective. The political environment remained volatile under Khaleda's leadership, and in 2004, Hasina was slightly injured during a grenade attack at a political rally. In 2007, amid escalating tensions, a military-backed interim government declared a state of emergency, cancelled elections, and arrested both Hasina and Khaleda on corruption-related charges. They were released in mid to late 2008, shortly before the emergency was lifted. In the general elections held on December 29, 2008, Hasina and the Awami League returned to power with a decisive parliamentary majority, marking a significant political comeback.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm ready for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead of to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, you know. So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. So according to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. You know, then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. I just, you know, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, radionic. And I decided, no, radionic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. There's been a growing tension and wave of agitation in Ghana, with some locals calling for Nigerians to go back home. Now, in the protest which broke out on the 29th of July, dozens of Ghanaians took to the streets in the protest tagged Nigerians Must Go, demanding the expulsion of Nigerians over allegations of rising crime, including prostitution, ritual killings, and economic dominance. Now, these tensions between Ghana and Nigeria aren't new. I mean, we're brothers and sisters, but the tone lately feels a little different. So what is fueling this movement, and what does this mean for West Africa's bigger goal of unity? Well, joining me this morning is Mr. Wilberforce Asare, head of news at Asase Radio. He's here to give us a sense of the situation. Good morning, Wilberforce.
Good morning, and it's good. Thank you for having me.
Very good to have you this morning. So you are right there in the thick of it. Can you give us a sense of what's happening right now? What's the feeling on ground in Ghana right now? Is this just noise, or is this something deeper? I mean, as the media, we should set the agenda. So could you just give us a sense of what's happening right now?
Well, so Elizabeth, I think it's important to establish that Ghana and Nigeria are literally neighbors. If you look at it critically, Togo and Benin separates Ghana from Nigeria, and that those two countries, in terms of their borderline space, very little. And so Ghana considers Nigeria as a direct neighbor, and most of the things that we do together, we do as a sub-region, which is the ECOWAS sub-region. Usually it is Ghana and Nigeria that is able to champion most of the activities in the West African sub-region. Now, based on that foundation, let me establish that the recent disturbances that you heard between Ghana and Nigerians was as a result of some development that came up with regard to one gentleman who refers himself as the Igbo king in the Republic of Ghana, and that he attempted to buy certain parcels of land for purposes of building something called Igbo community or Igbo land. Now, it is that development that brought into sharp focus the issue about Nigerians living in Ghana. Now, if you put that issue aside, I can tell you on authority that Nigerians and Ghanaians have been living side by side together in the Greater Accra region, particularly, which is the capital of Accra, and there has been no issues. In fact, there are places in the Greater Accra region, places in East Legon, places in Jowuru, where if you go, there are whole communities for Nigerians. In fact, we have a place in Accra called Lagos Town. And Lagos Town is named that way because most of the people who live in those areas came from Lagos, Nigeria, where you are, and settled in Accra, and we have been living very peaceful with them. So I can tell you that some of the things that we heard or saw in recent past were quote-unquote noises that were fueled by the activities of one particular person, which was not managed properly. Besides that, it is important and perhaps instructive to note that Ghanaians and Nigerians have lived very peacefully with each other. We continue to live very peacefully with each other within our country. And we know of Ghanaians who live in Nigeria, in Abuja and in Lagos, and they are living very peacefully with their Nigerian counterparts in Abuja and in Lagos and in other places of Nigeria. And so to end this first part of my submission, I would like to emphasize that indeed there were some disturbances which were largely fueled by one person's attempt to do something that did not go through the proper processes. And that is what fueled the recent disruptions. Let me end this part of the conversation by telling you that if you come to Greater Accra region, there's a place called Kwame Nkrumah Circle. If you go to the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, there's a place called Tiptoe Lane. In the Tiptoe Lane, you have Nigerian traders trading alongside Ghanaian traders. And mostly in mobile phone and technology or technological gadgets. I have gone to the tiptoe lane to buy stuff before. And there are times that you want something from a Ghanaian, he doesn't have it, he will go to a Nigerian shop and get it. There are times that you want something from a Nigerian shop, he doesn't have it, he will go to a Ghanaian shop and get it. That is the kind of existence that is prevailing in Ghana as far as Nigerians are concerned. And we need to emphasize that point.
All right. I hear you when you say we've had a long-standing relationship. I mean, for the longest time, we've had a long-standing relationship. You did also mention that we're like brothers and sisters. I mean, we happen to be those brothers and sisters. We have a lot in common, but still we have a lot of differences. I mean, there's been a time where it was there was a little bit of a Nigeria must go sometime in about 1969, and then in 1983 we saw during the Shehu Shagari's time we had seen something like a Ghana must go. So I must say that there have been times of tension between both countries, but some of the things that we've seen, some of the placards we've seen things like pointing towards rising crime, prostitution, ritual killings, and perhaps economic dominance. What are you going to say about that as well? Are you saying that none of those things are true in any way and all is well?
Okay, so largely Nigerians are seen as more aggressive than Ghanaians.
Right.
And so Nigerians are aggressive in business endeavors. They are aggressive in their manner in which they do things, both in the business world, even in the social world. And we see all of that every now and then. And so I told you earlier on that if you go to Tiptoe Lane, there are Nigerian traders and there are Ghanaian traders. The Nigerian traders are largely very aggressive, and it has a telling on the Ghanaian traders who are not as aggressive as the Nigerians. In fact, I think that in terms of trading at Tiptoe Lane, the Nigerian aggressiveness has influenced Ghanaians so much that if you go to the Tiptoe Lane right now, a lot of the Ghanaians are being aggressive as the Nigerians are. And it is helping with business, it's helping with competition, and I think on that score, it is healthy. But the issue of increase in crime and increase in ritual murders and all those things, there is no scientific or statistical basis to say that those things are happening because there are Nigerians in Ghana. There is no scientific or statistical basis to make those claims. And that is because ritual killings and all those stealing and robbery has happened and has been happening in Ghana ever since. In fact, if you check with the Ghana Police Service, you would notice that when people are arrested for robbery and what have you, the first thing you do is to check the name of the person. The name of the person will tell you which part of Ghana the person comes from or which part of Africa the person comes from. The statistical basis, the statistical evidence that is there to show is that there have been arrests in Ghana where the perpetrators were of Nigerian descent or from Togo or from Benin, some even from Ivory Coast and some from Burkina Faso. But majority of the people who are arrested for robberies and what have you are most often than not indigents of Ghana. And so there is no statistical foundation to stand on to make claims that Nigerians who are living in Ghana are the ones perpetrating crimes against Ghanaians. There's no foundation. And so I agree that there's been some sort of an increase in ritual murders and attacks and killings and robberies in recent time, particularly the last 6 months since the current government came into office. But there is no scientific basis, as I have said, to attribute those happenings to Nigerians alone or to Ghanaians alone, or for that matter, to
all right, let's speak on the role of the media in public discourse right now, especially with respect to this conversation we're having, Nigeria, Ghana. What role have the media and public discourse in Ghana played? Are we seeing fair reporting, or are we seeing emotions being stirred continuously? I think we lost Mr. Asare for a bit. We'll go on a quick break and we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
Just before we went on a quick break, we were speaking with the head of news at Access Radio in Ghana. We're speaking on the recent protest and Ghanaians protest against Nigerians in Ghana. We're talking about what really is the sense of things happening right now. And I was asking a question just before we went on the break. I was talking about the role that the media has played in Ghana, if we're seeing fair reporting or if emotions are being stirred right now.
Well, yes, so I think that in terms of media reportage, following the video that came into mainstream media and social media about the gentleman I was talking about, his name is Chukwude Jude Ahinnetu. I hope I got the name pronunciation right. He's a Nigerian national, and he's self-proclaimed traditional leader of Igbo state in Accra. And it is his videos that received those kind of propagation on social media here in Ghana and also on mainstream media, which necessitated the protests that we saw. But like I have emphasized previously when I was making my submissions, really, this was an incident that occurred with one person. And it is the media coverage that gave it the mileage for the protest that you saw. Since the protest till date, there's been no clash or attack on any Nigerian living in Ghana. Ghanaians are not like that. Ghanaians do not attack their fellow neighbors, whether they are indigenous or non-indigenous. And so there is no such record of anybody attacking a Nigerian living and working in Ghana. I can tell you for a fact that there are Nigerian companies that are doing very well in Ghana, and they are working hand in hand with Ghanaian companies, especially in our banking sector. So Zenith Bank is originally from Nigeria, and they are working and doing very well in Ghana. The same as UBA, doing very well in Ghana, but their origins is from Nigeria. There are other companies, ShopRite, which is originally from South Africa. It is doing very well in Ghana, one of the biggest shopping centers in our city, but originally from South Africa. DSTV is providing service for us as it provides service for you in Nigeria, but it is originally from South Africa. And so really, those happenings that you saw were one-off happenings triggered by the instance of one person's actions and inactions, and it cannot be a complete reflection of the situation between Ghanaians and Nigerians in Ghana.
And speaking from your own observation, how are Nigerians living in Ghana? How are they responding to all of this?
Well, so I can tell you that in different sectors of the Ghanaian economy, Nigerians are actively playing a role. For example, let's take education. If you go to our universities, there are whole Nigerian communities in most of our universities now, because your fellow countrymen, Nigerians, love to study in Ghana, love to be at the University of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Cape Coast, Central University, and several other universities in our country. And so if you take the educational sector alone, Nigerians are participating, and these are fee-paying students. They are not coming to depend on public funds. They bring money from Nigeria, pay huge sums of school fees, and get to study in our universities. If you go and ask university administrators, they'll tell you that Nigerians are contributing serious amounts of money to our universities, and they are keeping these universities running. I've already talked about the banking sector. I've talked about the telecommunications sector in terms of mobile phone accessories and all and what have you. And so, yes, I think from my standpoint that there is an effective relationship between Ghana and Nigeria, and it is to be encouraged based on the fact that, if not for anything at all, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement Secretariat located in the Greater Accra region. This is a secretariat that is supposed to champion inter-Africa trade or intra-Africa trade. And so if Ghana decided to bid for the hosting of the AFTA Secretariat, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat, then it behoves on us to ensure that we are championing free trade between African countries, particularly within the sub-region of West Africa, because that is where it starts from. If we are not able to do it between those of us in West Africa, how is it possible for us, Ghana, to go and trade with Kenya, which is in Eastern of Africa? Or how is it possible for Nigeria to go and trade with South Africa, which is in Southern of Africa? And so really, even just because of the fact that we are hosting the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat alone is enough reason to discard any attempt to vilify any national from any other part of Africa. In fact, let me end by saying that we are pushing and asking that within the African continent, all Africans should be able to travel intra-Africa without visa barriers. If you go to Europe, you can travel within the European Union without any barriers. If I went to the Netherlands a few days ago, and I bought a mobile phone number in the Netherlands, I traveled to 6 other European countries, and I didn't have to change my SIM. As soon as I get into Belgium, my SIM changes and it works perfectly as if I'm in Amsterdam. As soon as I get to Paris, it works perfectly as if I bought the SIM card in Paris. That is where Africans want to get to. And if we want to get there, these skirmishes that come up on attacks on trade and differences should be discarded, because the Europeans have shown us the way. And if we Africans want to go that way, then we should be ready to discard all these things. If I buy a SIM card in Ghana, an MTN SIM card, and I come to Lagos where you are, my SIM card, MTN SIM card, will not work on MTN network in Lagos. I have to buy a new SIM card in Lagos. How is that possible?
Those are very, very deep submissions from you, and very good way to ease the tension. But, that brings me to my next question, in terms of what leaders on both sides, I mean, Nigerian leaders and Ghanaian leaders, the media, the government, the citizens, what really should we be doing right now to ease the tension and avoid maybe even a bigger fallout? Because I understand that right now the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, had come to Ghana sometime last week. I don't know if she's still there right now, but what really should we be doing right now to ease the tension?
Okay, so that's a very good question. And the reason why I say it's a good question is because diplomacy is always the starting point for engagement between citizens of different countries. If you see your president exchanging pleasantries with the president of another country, it is enough reason for you to also, at your level, exchange pleasantries with your colleagues. So I am a media person, you are a media person. We are exchanging pleasantries today on your media network. And it is because I have seen the president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, exchanging pleasantries with your president, President Tinubu. In fact, during the inauguration of President Mahama as president some 7 months ago, President Tinubu was the special guest of honor. And that alone should tell you the relationship that exists between Ghana and Nigeria. The Ghanaian president could have chosen any other president within the sub-region to be the special guest, but he chose the president of Nigeria. And so, yes, our leaders have a duty, and I think they have been carrying out that responsibility at the diplomatic level. But they also have a responsibility at their rhetoric level. That is when they are communicating to their citizenry, to let them know that we are neighbors, we are partners, we are supposed to be working together for the greater good of the West African sub-region, and for that matter, for the African region. And so we need our leaders to make those commitments and not to whip up sentiments within their respective countries for the sake of propaganda or for the sake of cheap political points. So I agree with you that there is a responsibility squarely on the tables of our leaders. They have been doing it at the diplomatic level, but I think that they need to carry it on to the rhetoric level, where we hear them say it visibly in their communications to their people right within their local communities. That is a very important responsibility that the African leaders must champion. I also think that one of the important things that needs to be done, and I've seen that that is being done, and that is security collaboration between the security architecture on the continent. And so the Chief of Defense Staff in Ghana should have a direct communication with the Chief of Defense Staff in Nigeria, or in Togo, or in Benin, or in Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, in Guinea, and everywhere. Because when there is security collaboration, it ensures cohesion within the sub-region. And that is the reason why in Europe, it always appears to be peaceful. The reason is because the security of Sweden is as important to the security of the Netherlands as it is important to the security of Paris, as it is important to the security of Switzerland. So in the European region, security is integrated. And if you touch one, you have touched all. If you touch any part of Europe, the whole of Europe wakes up and wants to fight you. And that is why we've seen the kind of response that Vladimir Putin has had in the war that he started in Ukraine. So I'm just talking about the leaders at their level, but I also think that in terms of security, the security collaboration between the security architecture on the continent is extremely important to ensure this kind of cohesion that we all want within the sub-region, which is ECOWAS, and also the rest of the African continent.
I was actually going to talk about ECOWAS right now, and I'm happy that you did mention it. Just very quickly, what really should ECOWAS be doing at this same time?
Well, so ECOWAS, the name says it all, Economic Community of West African States.
We were speaking with Mr. Wilberforce Asari, he's the head of news at the Asase Radio, and we're speaking all about West African unity and the anti-Nigerian sentiment which have been perceived to build up in Ghana in light of the recent Nigeria-Ghana protests. Protests against Nigerians in Ghana, but obviously from the conversations we're having, it might have just been blown out of proportion on the part of the media, and more importantly, we need to keep speaking for diplomacy and speaking for Nigerians to unite and Africans to unite. Nigeria, Ghana, we're brothers and sisters, so we should actually unite and not divide ourselves along any lines of corruption or negative statements. But we're speaking with Mr. Wilberforce Asare. I'm not sure we have him right now, but if we don't have him, that's where we wrap it up this morning on The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the social listening segment. Do stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we break down some of the stories making the round on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Well, let's begin today in a very tough start to the week as Lagos residents witnessed heavy rainfall on Monday, leaving major parts of the city underwater and the roads in total chaos. Now, from Ikorodu to Lekki to Agege to Alimosho, floods swallowed streets, as you can see on the screen. Stranded commuters even people's homes, flood creeping into people's homes, shops. There was traffic gridlock all across the city yesterday. Some people couldn't make it to work. Some people made it to work, but late because it was all over, all around Lagos. Although we understand that the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, this is NIMET, had warned that the rain was coming. But Lagos still wasn't ready. They did warn about impending floods, but it still seemed like Lagos wasn't ready. Now we saw cars breaking down, we saw buses getting stuck, and we saw people wading through knee-deep water just to get to work. Now, some people gave up altogether, which was sad. And the government has urged people to stay calm, and they've also gone on to say that the floods will drain off soon. The commissioner, Tokun Wahab, assured residents that there's no cause for alarm, insisting that the state flood control plans are working, but not everyone seems convinced about this. Now, some Lagosians will say they've been raising the same complaint for years with no serious action. They're now demanding a permanent fix to this flooding. These same people that have said they've been asking for serious actions, they're asking, you know what, let's fix this flooding situation. It's no longer funny. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. Elite says, you all in the community should come out and clean the drainage. If there's no drainage, make it known to the authority. Not everything will blame on government. The citizens also have roles to play, and maintenance culture is one. I don't care about the attitudes. I don't care attitudes towards infrastructure should stop. Well, Maduka says, when a nation has misplaced priorities, this is what you get. I feel the pains of those whose houses have been flooded. It's not easy considering what, it's not easy. Okay, no punctuation. It's not easy considering what we are going through in this nation economically. I mean, having to try to put food on your table for 3 square meals or even 2 and having to now deal with flooding situation. It's not funny, actually. Papi says, a sewage system for drought control is necessary to channel these runoffs into other distributaries. It's possible. They just aren't ready. Those are the conversations on social media. Esther, also Okonko Swamel, says, the sad thing is that the areas affected have canals nearby. If proper drainages are done and channeled to the canals, flood waters can easily find their way to the canals. Well. David Anikia says, as expected, it's a pity. Many years of negligence by the government. Now, the flood alert has been ringing for months, but still some crucial areas and roads still lack proper drainage systems. Valentine, are we focusing too much on coping with floods, or when we should actually be fixing the root causes instead?
I think, it's so first and foremost, for those who have been affected, we thank God no life has been lost.
Yeah.
So that first and foremost we should be grateful for that. This kind of thing in this time of the year we still have to worry about it. But truth be told, let us pour some light on it. I mean, that's why we're here. What has it done to, but if I go into what it has done to businesses, let us start by saying the first the first tweet, or you want to call it the first comment there, made a lot of sense, really. It's high time we begin to say, if we want to hold the government to account, what about we holding ourselves to account? The government has done its own part. Government cannot do everything for you. right? After all, it's government for the people, by the people, and of the people. And so we are part and parcel of the government. I think most people are just irresponsible, right? Truth be told, when last did we even carry out that normal sanitation thing that we used to do every time in Lagos State and take it seriously? I know some markets are really trying their best. They carve out the Thursdays for sanitation and everything. But let us face it the way it is. Who generates this amount of waste that blocks the sewage, that blocks canals? It's still people who live around that area. Yes, some might argue to say, okay, it's being carried away from far away, but give and take. If everybody took this issue of sanitation seriously, more than 50% of the problem will be solved. And this is not rocket science. We don't need Elon Musk to come and help us decode this issue. You know what I'm saying? It's just straight to the point. All hands on deck. If you have your gutter in front of you, you see that it's clogging. Don't wait until it gets blocked and gets to cause problem where the water, because water will always find its way. Right? Now, this is not me trying to make a case for, or rather, put this way, support the government. But even at that, we are part of the government. So all of us are part and parcel of it. We're all stakeholders. But let us start from individuals. People who live in areas where government has said, don't build houses here, right? Who will end up going to sell land to people knowing that that area has been marked for waterways? People still go and build houses there, right? You see the canal close to a land where they build a house, and whoever is in the house can just come out of his balcony and look at the canal. That's wrong. That's just one part of it. The second part is, like I did mention initially, the sanitation level, engagement by individuals, by Lagosians in Lagos. Are they taking it seriously? And not just when you pack your dirt, you want to look for one close area where maybe there's a passageway for water, you go and dump it in there that you've cleaned in front of your house. No. So I think we should start with that first. Yes, we know that for what it is, NEMA and every other person, other agencies who are responsible for curtailing any escalation or serious damage to lives and property, they are there standing by. But let's not allow it to get to that point. Each one help one. If you see something, say something. Some group of people might leave their neighborhood, bring dirt and come to your own neighborhood and dump inside the canal, causing problems. If you don't say anything, when water comes, when it's rainy season, water always finds its way.
I think we should also look at, when we talk about root causes, you are talking from the point of sanitation and all of that. Unfortunately, on some of those days, which are supposed to be sanitation days, you find out that many of them just see it as a break time. But yes, for the bigger picture, I think we should look to, I don't know if this is going to be so hard. I don't think it should be so hard, although I know that many people, that's what they use, I think we should really look to promoting recycling, and banning. Honestly, this is where I stand. This is me. You can come for me. Banning plastic bottles, sachet water, all of these things. Takeaway parks, because the truth is, nylon. Like we call it in Nigeria, nylon bags, which are plastic bags.
Food parks.
Because the truth is, if the biggest cause of most of our problems are this plastic waste, and that's why I have to give a credit to this supermarket, the likes of Ebano and the likes, who have now gotten rid. Yes, they've resorted to paper bags and just all of that, because the biggest cause of our problem, our drainage problem, is this waste, this plastic waste. So if we could just ban it, unfortunately, because of the fact that even the water system in Nigeria is not good, and that's why many people can say, oh, let's focus on the tap water. Why can't you drink directly? In some other countries, you can drink direct tap water, but how would you drink tap water when it's not? So I understand that. So I wonder what can be done.
I'll tell you, just to add to what you said. Again, let's don't forget the area of urbanization, proper town planning. I mentioned initially that some people still go out of government's warning to still put structures in waterways. That's another thing. even if you try so much as individuals or community people in your different locale, your streets, your area, your avenue, and we keep those areas clean. If we allow people who have the money to just go and buy land from any individual and start developing, structures or building structures along waterways, if you allow that and don't report it on time, when the water comes, it's your neighborhood. So I think everyone should just seriously understand that neighborhood watch should not be left to those agencies alone. The onus falls on every other person in your community. It's the same thing with security, really. Police cannot be everywhere, right? The security agents can't be everywhere. They are relying on you. That's why we have, security and community, what we call partnership. It is that information that they need for they jump and swing into actions. Likewise, the one of this environment thing and this flooding thing that we're looking at. There's something else we're not even seeing. Remember, again, this one's for the government too. Look, when you know that the bridges might begin to have issues, respond quickly. And I must also commend them too for responding to bridges like Echo Bridge. Sometimes they'll shut it down, they'll quickly, start fixing some things, which is good, right? The last time I saw that they had to shut down one lane and they were, bracing the other bridge to make sure, it doesn't have any issue or collapse, and then reduce the angles where water is supposed to pass. So all that is good, but we need to intensify. And next year will come, another rainy season. I'm going to come back to this story again.
I hope not.
So let us see this as a reason to get up, put the act together and say, look, let's get it done. Let's get it done.
Absolutely. And speaking of coming back to this story, we're definitely not going back to that story, but we're leaving and going to another story where WAEC has officially released the results for the 2025 WASE, but only 30% of students passed English and mathematics. Now, that's a major drop from last year's 72%, and it's got a lot of people talking. According to WAEC, which is the West Africa Examinations Council, the decline is partly because they changed how they set the examinations, which happens to be them serializing the objective questions, which made it harder to cheat. So, according to them, the problem is people were not able to cheat, and that's why they failed. So, in a way, they're saying that this result shows the real level of preparation or preparedness from candidates. Now, out of nearly 1.9 million students who sat for the examination, only about 755,000 passed, with at least 5 credits, including English and mathematics. But with these results, there are serious concerns about what this means for students, parents, and schools moving forward. But let's see the reactions on social media to this conversation. So we've heard the side of WAEC clearly. They're saying that because they changed the they changed how they set the examination. So people obviously it made it harder for people to cheat with this new format. So saying that clearly students were not ready. That's going to go back to the conversation myself and Mr. Joshua were having, Mr. Bassi, our editorial director, were having earlier during the newspaper segment, talking about some of the problems or some of the gaps that might have led to this about 33.35% decline in the performance of students. You know, we have spoken from the part of the schools, the authorities themselves, and the bodies that conduct these examinations. Clearly, we're hearing from the bodies that conducted the examinations saying that it's because they had implemented a new format, and that's probably the reason for this failure. So we've heard from their side. One other reason, one other point we had touched on was talking about, students, maybe, sorry, I beg your pardon, teachers, talking about the fact that maybe teachers are also even not as motivated as before based on their salaries. So they've not even been able to put in effort to teaching the students to even know. So yes, maybe they are not prepared because they were not taught well. And then we also spoke up from the students. We looked at all the angles, and we talked about students that perhaps maybe the students also are distracted, because these days there's lots of distractions, especially with technology, our phones and social media, which is such a big problem, even for non-student like us, you know, it can get really distracting. But I want us to very quickly see some of the reactions on social media, because this is social listening. So let's see what they're saying socially on these conversations. Elohim says, this is something that isn't least expected, at least to me. When social media has become, speaking of social media, so when social media has become the best place to keep oneself engaged, how do you expect them to marry their books and pass? Interesting. Atitebi says, no surprises, guys. You cannot have an abysmal investment in education and expect meaningful outcomes. If you remove private schools, that percentage will shrink drastically. My people, we are not making general progress education-wise. That's from Atitebi. The Success says, the work of TikTok and Yahoo Yahoo, our education is drastically going down.
You know what I think? I think, do you have another tweet?
That one says, English they wrote at night. How do you expect them to pass? Because we remember that that was also something then. Some of them had to write their exams at night. And Chijioke says, everything that's supposed to improve is declining under Tinubu. It has never been this bad.
Well, there are 4 angles to approach this particular issue. One, let us start from the angle of ill-equipped teachers. Okay, we know very well these teachers also have families. So if they don't get paid, I'm not talking about private sector, private schools. I'm talking about government schools, because they all wrote the examination. And of course, meaning to say that the public school teachers are the ones that I'm focusing on. If they don't get paid well and at the right time, you don't think that their productivity will be reduced? To be reduced, most definitely. And the students are actually hoping and depending on the teachers, skills of teaching to be able to grasp these things. If a teacher is distracted with the fact that, look, he or she has to hurry up, go to the market, we engage in other businesses to take care of his family, to meet up demands, to meet up, bills in our home. Of course, the teacher would most definitely be distracted, and that's just one end. It will show in the pupils. It will show in the students. No teacher wants to see his pupil or student fail. Having said so, parents also, when your kids come back from school, what do we engage them with? Do you say, oh yeah, go and wash the plate, hey, go and do this? It's not as if it's a bad thing, and there's nothing wrong doing chores at home, there's nothing wrong washing the dishes, but you must partition this thing properly. Remember, they are children, and they are getting used to, as the body gets to change, they're getting used to a lot of things. Meaning to say that social media should be away from children, honestly speaking. Once you hit, if I had to pass a bill, I say, look, if you're not 18, you have no business with social media. But you see, even parents who bring out their phones, unlock it and give it to their kids to be going through everything on social media. The information there, their minds and the way they process things is not matured enough to process those things. So they become more matured in different areas and far away from the area that is more important, which is passing their exams. I know kids, once they have a lot of flashing back and forth on social media, they get distracted, they get more engaged in those things, right? Instead of focusing on their education. I bet you those ones that failed, if you tell them, give us the top 5 trending things on TikTok, they will give you 10 without thinking about it. So is that now a yardstick for education? If they cannot do without social media, parents say, look, we cannot help, we can't stop our children from using social media, then there are apps that you can use to lock those social media, whatever it is, right? And only allow them to view the ones that will enable them pass their examinations. So this other one, I'm actually pointing fingers at the parents. Remember, I pointed finger already at the teachers. Of course, government is supposed to be playing a major role by making sure that they pay them well, take good care of them. Teachers, right? Nurses, doctors, those in the armed forces. You cannot play with these 4, sectors. You cannot. So now I've made a case for the government saying, look, pay them well. Teachers also, okay? Don't start multitasking, knowing that you're supposed to teach the students very well. You chunk out half big students. What do you expect? WAEC will expose everything. Now let's not look at WAEC itself. over the past few months, WIAT has been the news for some bad reasons too, for some bad things that they've done, right? Where we saw the man in charge weeping, crying on TV and a whole lot. So is it just possible, allegedly, is it just possible that they could have felt, since we have been in the news back and forth for a lot of things that we're not proud of, and at some point, we recorded one or two other things. And so that was Jam, right?
Which that did what? That
the guy that shed tears on TV.
I think that was Jam.
That was Jam. So I'm kind of mixing it, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm mixing it up. So, however, I mean, maybe they could have said, we don't want to end up like Jam. Let us make our own very, very tough. A lot could have happened. Remember, they said something. They said we don't want students to cheat, so we have changed the format.
Yeah.
So if they've changed the format, is it the format of revising old past questions? If that is the case, then they should have given heads up to schools. Look, we are going to, move from past questions, teach them in such a way that they will understand. The idea of teaching students is not for them to fail. It's for them to develop their resilient level mentally.
Yes.
So these are the areas where we should look at, right? I'm not saying that they should call and say, look, these are the questions. No, but if you're going to change the format, because the format that they know is to go and revise, do revision, isn't it so? Right? And teach them across the curriculum that they've been provided with. So give and take, however it is, right? The fact that we're seeing this low, level of students who passed, questions should be asked, right? We don't want a case where they will just have mass passing of students or mass failure. They must be able to look at it and create the right strike at the middle, where we'll now say, we're bringing out those who are, sharp brains, future of tomorrow. Those who don't make it, they're going to try again, to learn, become better. After all, let's be honest, the greatest minds on this planet failed so many times. Eventually, they became great.
Absolutely. And just a reminder that education still remains the biggest and best legacy. So for bodies, for parents, for students, education should never be taken with levity. So that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
And until tomorrow, please join us for the BDTV Breakfast Show, same time. We start off by 8 a.m. every day up until 11 a.m. And we move from the news to the newspaper review to the big story to Business Morning, of course, to social listening, where we bring it to a wrap. Thank you so much for watching. Until tomorrow, be good.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this morning. Now let's see what's making headlines. Nigeria's gas waste earns second spot globally. Palm oil makers sustain gains pull 2.13 trillion naira investments. U.S. plans $15,000 visa bond for high-risk countries. Goldman echoes $64 oil price forecast. Tariff slash sparks blackout in Enugu as energy allocation drops by 50%. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country has recorded the second largest increase in gas flaring globally in 2024, defying both domestic and global energy needs as well as international climate commitments, according to World Bank latest global gas flaring tracker report. NNPC and smaller oil firms were responsible for 65% of the flaring, even as factories across the countries continue to suffer from chronic power shortages. Despite long-standing efforts to curb this environmentally damaging practice, gas flaring in Nigeria rose significantly, highlighting gaps in enforcement and infrastructure investment. Experts say the wasted gas could have been harnessed to ease the country's power crisis, which is crippling industrial productivity. The contradiction between surplus gas flaring and electricity scarcity underscores inefficiencies in Nigeria's energy management. Many manufacturers have resorted to diesel generators, further driving up production costs. Stakeholders are calling for urgent policy reforms and investment in gas capture technologies to align Nigerians' energy use with economic and environmental goals. Moving on, the sustained profits of Nigerians' palm oil makers have drawn more than 2.13 trillion naira in investment into the thriving industry over the last 7 years, creating thousands of jobs and offering renewed hope to smallholder farmers. Prisco PLC and Okumo Oil Palm Company, Nigeria's biggest palm oil producers, have posted profits for consecutive years despite challenges economic conditions. Driven by strong demand, foreign exchange scarcity, a rapidly rising population, and favorable market trends, Nigeria's palm oil market is showing resilience and strong growth potentials. These factors have encouraged local investors and foreign stakeholders to bet on the sector's long-term success. Palm oil, widely used in food processing, cosmetics, and household products, remains a critical commodity for Nigeria's economy. As import costs rise, local producers are stepping in to meet demands. Analysts say continued investment, policy support, and innovation will further boost productivity and expand Nigeria's position in the global palm oil market. In other news, the United States is launching a 12-month pilot program requiring certain tourist and business visa applicants to post bond of up to $15,000. This initiative targets nationals from countries with high visa overstay rates, limited identity verification systems, or those offering citizenship for investment schemes with minimal residency requirement. The goal is to deter overstays, but the financial burden could discourage many genuine travelers. Under the policy, applicants may be asked to pay bonds of $5,000, $10,000, or $15,000 refundable upon timely departure. While individuals' waivers may be granted, this requirement adds another layer to an already complex visa process. Citizens from countries in the U.S. visa waiver program, primarily in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, will be exempted. This development aligns with the Trump administration's tougher immigration stance. It follows recent moves such as mandatory in-person interviews for visa renewals and stricter requirements for visa lottery applicants. The affected countries will be announced once the program takes effect, 15 days post-federal registrar publication. Up next, Goldman Sachs has reaffirmed its oil price projection for Brent crude, forecasting an average of $64 per barrel in the fourth quarter, despite recent geopolitical events that have driven up prices for both Brent and West Texas intermediates. The investment bank pointed to mounting pressures on oil supplies from Russia and Iran as a potential upside risk to its forecast, particularly as global spare capacity normalizes faster than expected. Last week, President Trump threatened 100% tariffs on Russia oil imports unless Moscow agrees to a ceasefire in Ukraine. However, major buyers such as China and India have shown no intention of halting purchases, which could moderate the impact on prices. Goldman estimates that these secondary tariffs and other trade restrictions could reduce global oil demand as much as 800,000 barrels per day through 2025. The bank also noted that weakening U.S. economy indicators could weigh on energy consumption, warning of a higher risk of recession within the next 12 months. On OPEC plus, Goldman expects production quotas to remain unchanged after September as stock builds rise and seasonal demand soften. To wrap the business news, our residents in parts of Enugu State have experienced 4 consecutive days of power outages following a sharp decline in electricity supply to Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited. In a statement released on Monday, MEDL confirmed that the distribution attributing it to a substantial cut in its energy allocation by its parent supplier, Enugu Electricity Distribution Company. The company explained that the reduction was linked to a recent tariff adjustment by the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, which lowered the Band A tariff from 209.5 naira to 160.40 naira. MEDLA stated that the new tariff issued order would have cost a revenue shortfall of over 1 billion naira monthly for EEDC, prompting the latter to reduce supply to MEDL by 50% to manage potential losses. MEDL clarified that it does not receive power directly from the national grid but depends solely on EEDC, which holds the vesting contract with the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading. Apologizing for the inconveniences, MEDL assured residents that it is engaging stakeholders to restore supply and urged patience as discussion continued. And that wraps up today on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 5th.
On this day in 1960, Burkina Faso gained its independence. Burkina Faso, which means land of incorruptible people, is a landlocked West African country known as Upper Volta until 1984. It became a French protectorate in the late 19th century. In 1958, the Republic of Upper Volta was created as a self-governing French colony. After independence, Maurice Yemoko became the first president of the country, whose name was changed to Burkina Faso in 1984. The economy of Burkina Faso is primarily based on subsistence farming and livestock raising. In 2014, the country had a purchasing power parity per capita income of $1,900 and a nominal per capita income of $790. Over 80% of the population depends on subsistence agriculture, with few involved in industry and services. Its export economy is also vulnerable to fluctuations in global prices. Burkina Faso's GDP in current prices is estimated at $23.25 billion. And on this day in 1968, Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu Ni Ono was born. She is a Nigerian politician, diplomat, lawyer, businesswoman, and former beauty queen who currently serves as Minister of State of Foreign Affairs, a position she assumed when she was sworn in on the 4th of November 2024 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. She is the widowed wife of the late Biafran leader, Dr. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. She is celebrated for winning Most Beautiful Girl in Nigeria in 1988, Miss Africa 1989, and Miss Intercontinental in 1989, making her the first African to hold the latter title. After her pageant successes, she pursued a legal career before moving into public service. In 2011, she was appointed Senior Special Assistant on Diaspora Affairs by the then President, Goodluck Jonathan. In 2012, she served as Nigeria's ambassador to Ghana and in the same period was subsequently appointed ambassador to Spain and permanent representative to the UN on World Tourism Organization in Madrid. Upon taking office as minister, she pledged to advance Nigeria's global engagement, focusing on youth empowerment, diaspora collaboration, and strengthening diplomatic services for citizens abroad, thus reinforcing the country's foreign policy agenda and elevating its international stature. And on this day in 2024, Sheikh Hasina Wazir, Bangladesh's 5-term prime minister, fled the country amid mass protests against her government. During Sheikh Hasina's first term as Prime Minister of Bangladesh in 1996 to 2001, the country experienced steady economic growth, but political instability persisted due to frequent strikes, rallies, and parliamentary boycotts organized by the opposition BNP, led by Khalida Zia. Despite the unrest, Hasina became the first leader since independence to complete a full 5-year term. In the 2001 election, Khalida's BNP won a strong victory, which Hasina and the Awami League contested, claiming electoral fraud through protests were ineffective. The political environment remained volatile under Khalida's leadership, and in 2004, Hasina was slightly injured during a grenade attack at a political rally. In 2007, amid escalating tensions, a military-backed interim government declared a state of emergency, cancelled elections, and arrested both Hasina and Khalida on corruption-related charges. They were released in mid to late 2008, shortly before the emergency was lifted. In the general elections held on December 29, 2008, Hasina and the Awami League returned to power with a decisive parliamentary majority, marking a significant political comeback.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm ready for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, you know. So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. So according to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. You know, then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. I don't, you know, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on, I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, rhythmic. And I said, no, rhythmic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to bus stop, take a box, they'll carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Yeah, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. My dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I had to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle as it pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but it's per day, 7K, 6K. And due to the expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, it can be like 7 pairs or 6 pairs per day. If I do repairing, and I can be like 3 pairs. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want normal foreign sole, it's 4.5. Normal Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I travel to Dubai. The farm where I wear go, my friend carry him. Now I come back, close to my mom. I say, no, I must pick one again. And I say, bro, now God, he said, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself. I just say it is God. I just have to that way. Because if I do pardon, I didn't wear it. God, no, I do. I know, just in fact, it is God. Just on God. So this is what I'm ready for now. So I'm simply forward for a better place. They asked us to leave. And they even give us they give us now till this December, everybody should leave. Where are you for? Although you don't need to liquor, but water used to come out from ground. From ground. Even as you can see through the passage, you will do that water you do enter. If rain fall heavy now, all this passage will flood you. All the even me, I don't have any option. I like my friend will back me in. Yes, they do back me in. Because I can't crawl inside that water. They have to back me. Then early morning, I will call them, they will come and pick me out again. Normally, people do show me love. But like I say, I'm not begging. Because I believe that why would I beg? If you give me 100 naira or 50 naira, now I cannot stop anything now. Because I believe if I walk, people come, patronize me. Give me like 4, 5, 4K. I know I can be able to meet up for the day. But 50 naira, 100 naira, no. This one cannot even help you to anyway. So that's why I believe in my hustle. So look at it be, my hustle will pay me.
My name is Sarah Okonkwo. Was in the business already before I saw him. I love him. That's why I married him.
I've been in roughly 2004. I've been here, so people know me, both small and big. People know me. And the time for month now, like this period now, so we just come, they will buy us like 1 dozen, 12 pieces, so can't travel. So we still come say, bros, I beg, check for me, I'm going to sell. I will help them bring the price down. Instead of giving them 4, 5, I will give them 3, 5. 3, 5. They actually, if they eat 1K or 5, you know bad. So me, business they buy bunch, man, I don't go to feel them. So if I get like 1K on each palm I sell, I'm okay. Because the reason why I'm doing because I'm not paying for shop. But if I'm paying for shop, I will add money. I will sell it normally the way people other person is. My name is Obina Okonkwo, and people do call me Okobanti. Based on the way I'm doing my own thing, and then people say, a policeman on a wheelchair, still doing something. How much more them? Then they are okay. So my daily activity alone, he encourage them. He say, if this man on a wheelchair can do something like this, how much more we can do more better than him? So that's why that name come out, that Okobanti. They bury me, my outfit at the ground.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Money Behind the Music. On this show, we'll get into the mind of successful players in the music scene. From music executives to artists to promoters, we'll find out how they get to make their money and the business side of music. I'm your host, Elizabeth Musa.
My guest today is Oluwatosin Ajibade, popularly known as Mr. Easy. He is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, and entrepreneur. He is known to be the pioneer of the record label Banku Music, which is a fusion of Ghanaian highlife with elements of Nigerian Afrobeat music. Mr. Easy is also the founder and CEO of Empower Africa, an initiative with a mission to help new artists reach their full potential musically by equipping them with the knowledge and funding to do so. So let's talk about your recently released album, Evil Genius. Excited for that. So it's been a long time coming. Tell us why it took so long and what this album represents.
Thanks for having me. This album represents 2.5 years of my life, my thoughts, experiences, and a lot of introspection. This album is a lot of consciousness.
Let's talk about how you unpicked 13 artists, representing 8 African countries to work on the album. That's a new addition to your many pursuit. Everybody knows Mr. Easy as the businessman, different things to your name. What was that process like for you?
It was miraculous in the sense that I'd never done this before. And I was just discovering art. And, where I was recording the album in Cotonou, there was so much art around. And I guess you don't know when things are getting into you. That's why, one has to be careful what you surround yourself with. Art is what completes the album.
So as an artist, let's talk business. How did you make your first 1 million naira? When did you make your first 1 million naira?
I can't, to be honest. as an artist, I don't know if you remember, but 1 million naira for music must have sometime in 20... Like at a go, probably in 2016. My first 1 million naira for music, yeah.
And I like how you said for music. So obviously that's like a side to all the many things that you do. Bro, so you definitely made 1 million.
I've just been a hustler, so we've made money, we've lost, we don't lose money. They don't pursue or say we owe money. They say we don't go into hiding. They don't seize our passport. We don't go into hiding for a few months. We've done that. You feel me? And it was fun.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of me and they're like, oh, when Mr. Easy was on Easy. It's like, when you are if you're really in that flow state, you'll be very shocked.
And so clearly you're a business person, so we know that you're this savvy businessman. Can you tell us some of the businesses that you are into? I'm not a savvy businessman. You are not?
Trust me, I'm not a savvy businessman. I'm just like a hustler. Do you understand? Okay. And I like freedom. And so freedom drives me to do things to maintain the freedom. So, and entrepreneurship gives freedom, and that's what I've been able to do. So, within the music, for instance, I'm like, okay, I want to be able to put out any kind of music I want to put out whenever I want to put out. That means I have to have my label. That means all the money I'm making, I know if you just go to buy G-Wagon every now and then, I guess put them back to make the brand bigger and so that I can make more money. And then I start thinking, well, this music, I feel get a hit song next year. Okay, so what I feel do? Okay, if we find another artist, we will say, if we make hit song, invest. And so if I don't have a hit song out that year, a commercial hit song, or I'm not touring, I can be making money from there. So it's just that drive for freedom to be able to go on stage or say, I don't want to go on stage again. I just want to chill. And I've been able to find that freedom through entrepreneurship. I've been able to be around good people, learn learn a lot from people and then find opportunity, and sometimes take crazy risk that make no sense, and some fail woefully. But the beautiful thing is I've been broke plenty times.
Oh,
so
really?
To be broke, no, they fear me. Like my first proper debt, maybe say I owe, was when I was probably 17. Maybe say I don't use my school fees, go buy taxi, and I don't go crash the taxi. Now I know if you write exam. And at the same time, I go borrow money from a loan shark, and now I'm in debt. Yeah, that's informed investing in music, seeing opportunity to invest in music, in events, in ticketing platforms, starting my own fund, and being around people and seeing opportunity that has been given to me, via maybe my position in the music industry or access to people. And yeah, it's been a very interesting journey. But I'm not like this crazy like business savvy.
It seems you don't want that tag.
Business.
No,
it's anywhere
hustler.
benefits.
Hustler. So how long have you been in this hustle?
Yo, bro, I've been hustling, man. I've been hustling since like Old Town Home Science Association, secondary school, where we were jumping fence to go and buy Valentine's gift and sell to boys.
Oh, wow.
Where we were going to. I remember when I discovered Katangoa, and so I would say, oh yeah, we went for summer. And we bought this in Liverpool Street. We say we just go Katangoa. We go sell out to boys for.
And they believed.
Not be Liverpool Street. Then bring the thing from.
Yes.
So we've been hustling. But not like it's not like pain. It's the joy of creating. Yeah.
So what are some of the challenges that you say that the Nigerian or the African music industry faces?
I think structurally, there needs to be more structures. And then how do the structures come? Investment. Simple as that. The major challenge for the music industry, I don't even want to talk about Africa. Nigerian music industry still needs funding.
Funding.
Because if we're gonna have 5 venues in Lagos, it costs money. Who's going to build those venues? And somebody might say, oh, there's so many things wrong in the country, like venue is the last thing. We never fix road, they talk, say, make we build venue. But like there needs to be more investment going into the music industry. But I think it will come. It's not all bleak, because as you see, the more Nigerian music becomes popular, the more foreign investment is coming in. And then more local capital is saying that, this guy was just singing yesterday in my backyard. Now, and then it encourages people, it informs people about the music industry. So I think it's a great time, but definitely more funding. There's too much talent, not enough funding.
Entrepreneurs in the music industry, what's your advice for them on how to be successful in this business?
Bro, I don't feel advice anybody, man.
Okay.
It's like, the stuff is a lot of work. And because it's a new industry, people are learning. The entrepreneurs are learning, the artists are learning, the lawyers are learning, the managers are learning. So this is a very tough time for the music business, but it's quick learning. I think that's the only thing I'd say is like to never stop learning. And even me, I'm learning within Empower. We're looking at the structure, seeing how to change things, how to be better, how to have better contracts. Actually meaning the structure. You know, what is the structure of the contract? What's the terms? Are there new structures that are now happening globally that we can bring locally? So those kind of things. Are there new ways we can get funding, because those kind of things. So it's like just be ready to learn and be patient.
You're looking to have more people on board?
No,
more artists on board?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Not for now?
Not for now.
Let's just take it away, babe. Talk about your love life. Mr. Easy, Timmy, Otedola. Are you married yet?
There's a video on YouTube. It's called Legalize.
Yeah. Okay,
so
that one.
If you go and watch that video, you'd see the answer. But a lot of people have watched that video, but it still can't see the answer. And that video is the best Afrobeat music video ever made. It's like art, made in Venice.
Any collaborations you're looking out for?
To be honest, no. I'm just, trying to decide. For instance, the new album continues. The exhibition comes to Lagos in December, and then it will continue to travel until May 27 next year. And I'm just trying to think of how I want to bring the live experience, the band, the stage, the lights, so that it's an experience, and it has the music and the art and all the symbolism. So that's what I'm focused on right now. Yeah, that's what I'm focused on.
So we should look out for all of that.
Your
new art. I think you're mostly focused on art right now. Like you're all about art,
it's
music.
it's the music. It's the music, the music and the art. That's my big focus right now. I don't want to hear any other things. In fact, if you didn't hear me and you mention any other things, I feel Baba come up for that, make me focus on this thing.
There's something we like to do when we end the show. So we talk about favorite songs that you sing in the shower. Do you sing in the shower?
In the shower. Right now, I sing Notorious a lot. It's one of my songs because the second verse is bad. I say, forget the fresh, I'm ugly. I got too much money on me.
Shit.
Can't you see? Not only they talk with plenty, they can even call an army. They silly can afford me. Out in a jet with my girl, and that's not a flex. Man never tried to impress. I never tried to finesse. New postcode, I changed my address. It's too dope. It's crazy. I serve it too much. Man.
Oh my goodness.
And that's what I'm singing in the bathroom because it's all reality in there. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Izzy. This was so good. Thank you.
Yeah, blessings.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had such an amazing time today speaking with Mr. Easy on Money Behind the Music. I can't wait to speak with our next guest, and I hope you watch out for our next episode. My name is Elizabeth Musa. See you next time.
You are watching Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Money.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So We as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, two, to create more jobs, three, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we've seen elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company, we're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's not where it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that Business Day has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for. The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making headlines. Afrexim Bank lead $4 billion refinancing loan for Dangote refinery. First bank to sell Otudeco's release stake, says MD. UN to shut 150 clinics in Nigeria as aid cuts threatening food relief. US planned $15,000 visa bond for high-risk countries. Everton agrees £28 million deal for Chelsea midfielder Dewberry Hall. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where African Export-Import Bank has signed a $1.35 billion financing facility in favor of Dangote Industries Limited. A statement from the Continental Bank revealed that the facility is part of a larger $4 billion syndicate financing arrangement for Dangote Industries Limited, in which Afrexim Bank acted as the mandated lead arranger for the syndication. According to reports, the financing, marking one of the largest syndicated loans in recent African financial markets, will refinance capital expended on constructing the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals Complex. Afrexim Bank contributed $1.35 billion, the largest share among participating banks, underscoring its commitment to large-scale infrastructure that advances Africans' industrialization, energy security, and intra-African trade. Moving on, First Bank's holding company FBN Holdings PLC has revealed that it will share shares recently transferred from Barbican Capital, a firm linked to businessman Oba Otudeko, through an unnamed special purpose vehicle. Managing Director of FBN Holdings, Wale Oyedeji, revealed this on Monday, 4th of August, during an investors' call in Lagos. In his words, the company will be disposing the shares with a range of options available, insisting that the shares will be ultimately disposed without providing a timeline. Barbican Capital sold about 25% of FBN Holdings shares using an unusual structure involving transferring the stake to REC Investment Management Ltd, a special purpose vehicle whose beneficial owners were not disclosed. To end the local news, the United Nations World Food Programme says it will close half of its health clinics in Nigerian conflict-torn northeast this month as donor funding dwindles and humanitarian support wanes. The agency announced that it had received no funding to continue providing food and nutrition support to 1.3 million people, despite a $130 million emergency appeal to sustain operations through 2025. Chilera WFP spokesperson says the shutdown will mostly affect children nutrition while cutting off life-saving treatment for 300,000 children. According to reports, Nigeria is facing a record food crisis with 31 million people at risk of hunger. Now, on the foreign scene, the U.S. government has revealed that the U.S. could require a bond of up to $15,000 for some tourist and business visas under a pilot program launching in 2 weeks. The statement revealed that this effort aims to crack down on visitors who overstays their visa. According to Federal Register notice, the program gives U.S. consular officers the discretion to impose bonds on visitors from countries with high rates of visa overstays, according to a Federal Register notice. The notice, however, showed that the bond could also be applied to people coming from countries where screening and vetting information is deemed insufficient. To end the news, Everton has agreed to sign Chelsea midfielder Kenan Dewsbury-Hall in a deal worth around £28 million. The fee for the 26-year-old is reportedly an initial £24 million, with a further £3 to £4 million due in adds-on. Reports reveal that this will now finalize personal terms and undergo a medical despite last interest from Fulham. Dewsbury-Hall has initially been reluctant to leave Stamford Bridge after a season playing in a supporting role as the side won the FIFA Club World Cup and UEFA Conference League, as well as qualifying for the Champions League. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we spotlight several industries locally and globally to identify their economic and business values and, of course, how it affects GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians. I am Onyeka Valentine. As usual, I'm here. And, of course, we do have our segments, 4 of them coming your way. Number 1, we'll have the business quote of the day on the influence of media. Number 2, which is the second segment, will be our captain's opinion, where our guest, Mr. Ademola Akitoye, will be giving us details on how the economy can grow with the help of multimedia. And yes, over there we'll be talking about the Power Creative House. In other words, the economics of Nigeria's multimedia industry. There we'll focus on different questions which he's standing by to answer. And our third segment today will be Deal or No Deal, where we'll talk about federal government's initiative to foster multimedia as a growing economy to help grow Nigeria's GDP. And after that, retrospect will be coming in as our 4th segment, where we dig into the media's role during the Civil War, finding out how media was able to grow after that. That and many more. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Onyeka Valentine. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's jump into it straight up. The business quote of the day on the influence of media. Not my quote, but the quote of a very interesting gentleman. He passed on many years ago, but even at that, his quotes, unquote, still draws a lot of weight. It goes this way. It says, media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. And that's the kind of power, right? Because they control the minds of the masses. You heard that one by Malcolm X. Just so you know, media plays a major role, and in many ways, it is good that we use it properly. Which is why today's show is quite interesting and has everything in line with it. All right, so today, let me give you a rundown of who my guest is to help you understand clearly what we want to do today. On the guest segment, we call it the Captain's Opinion. My guest is a seasoned media and tech entrepreneur with over 20 decades of experience in multimedia, production, ICT, and digital publishing. He is the managing director and CEO of AI Multimedia and co-founder of Novus Technology, an innovative digital publishing platform that empowers African creators through securing of access and content distribution. A graduate of electrical and electronic engineering, Ademola is also a certified Adobe professional and a highly sought after ICT trainer. Over the years, he has mentored hundreds of young creative, and trained professionals across sectors and led high impact projects at the intersection of education and technology. He is a certified manager and management consultant for CMC, a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants, FIMC, and a certified quality assurance assessor, QAA. His work in capacity building, training, and strategic workforce development has earned him a lot of multiple awards and recognition, which has helped him to where he is today. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest, Mr. Ademola Akitoye. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
I hope I was able to give a robust information and intro.
The only where I want to, you said 20 decades.
Yes.
So
I said 20 decades. Okay, sorry, 2 decades. I was going to say 20 years. But you know how this thing goes.
Yes. 2 decades.
Right.
That's about 20 years. I've been in the industry.
Most definitely.
I've impacted a lot of lives, young people, and I'm fulfilled, you know. And then I'm also a tech entrepreneur. We are building platforms to also help creatives to earn money legitimately. So so I'm really, really happy, viewers, for being here today to share some of my wealth of experience with you. And I think we'll enjoy the show together.
All right, like you heard him already say we're going to enjoy the show. We're talking industry focus and where and how the area of multimedia adds value to other industries. You're talking about those in fintech, those in agriculture, those in all industries, as you can mention as a whole. You have media right there, which is why today our topic, it says creative powerhouse, the economics of Nigeria's multimedia industry. Mr. Akitoye, that alone gives room for a lot of conversation. Don't worry, I'm not going to mention 20 decades this time around. At least I was able to vibe and give that positive flow. Right? But we are quite particular. I mean, we are BusinessDay TV and we follow the money. And to do that means we want to talk about things that will enable the world to see that for what it's worth, industries work in Nigeria. We are ambassadors of Nigeria anytime we travel around the world. And people ask us questions saying, what are the benefits and opportunities in Nigeria? They come and invest. And I'm always very quick to tell them, look, we have agriculture, we have this, we have that works, tourism and everything. But one of them asked me the other day, so what about your multimedia industry? We see Nollywood, we see different areas, but are you guys investing much in this? I say, you know what? When I get back home, I will sit back and craft the topic and we'll talk about it. All right, so we have these questions all lined up for you. But first and foremost, I mean, let's get to know you and meet you again so that we can follow through.
Okay, so my name is Ademola Akitoye. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of AI Multimedia. We have an academy that we train youths and young people in multimedia skills and multimedia technology. And we've done this for years. We also partner with government agencies and international bodies, you know, to train these young people, you know, because manpower development is very, very key, you know, to build any country. So if your youth have the right training, and they will be empowered to take up available jobs in the market. And we all know that the media industry is evolving and is becoming bigger by the day. And this needs manpower. You know, so we are filling that gap, and we are doing it, you know,
one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Okay, one step at a time. You guys have heard him already. Let us jump straight up into this. Now, I have one for you, or I have 5. Hopefully, be able to answer all, but they're within the ambience in which we are here for.
Okay.
From culture to capital, what are the key sectors driving the economic boom?
the key sectors in media and multimedia, we all know Nollywood is one of it.
Okay.
Is one of them.
Some say what number 3 after
Hollywood,
yes, after
Hollywood and
Nollywood.
Yes.
Okay.
We're actually, you know, doing wonderfully well in that. Though there's still room for improvement.
Right.
And you see some of our movies, Nollywood, grossing billions all over the world in box office. So, and our content is improving. So it's actually contributing a lot to our GDP. So we can, you know, push that aside. Then our music industry is. Anywhere you go in the world now, it's Afrobeats. You know, if you go outside the country and you ask a foreigner, okay, just name you know, 1 or 2 musician in Africa, they will gladly tell you,
give us
Davido,
give us Burna Boy,
Rema. So they are actually our, cultural ambassador outside. So it's contributing a lot into our GDP. So it's a sector we
through concerts
and so many things, concerts, sponsorship, ambassadorial deal, and even on global platforms like Spotify, YouTube, Netflix. You can't push our content aside. So they are contributing billions to our GDP. So
when I hear the sound of money, I always take it back home. Look, money makes the ears start, and we follow the money right here on BDT. Still industry focus, right?
So let me just add to that. Not that alone. We have our animation. We have a gaming industry. Then we have content creation. These are emerging, sectors.
I was coming there with the next question, so that I don't let you unveil them at the same time.
Okay.
On that, the multiplier effect. You just mentioned gaming. You mentioned content creation.
Yes.
All this brings in money.
Yes.
How does a single creative project impact broader economy?
When you talk about media projects, media projects is not one-man projects. It involves a lot of expertise.
You have the director,
you have
the producer.
Okay, for example, a filmmaking, for example, beyond the people you see on the screen, you have a DOP, you have cameramen, you have scriptwriters, you have makeup artists, you have costumiers, you have hospitality, you have security, you have merchandising, so these are multiplier effects into for single projects, so it revolves around a lot of people participate in it. You have tourism also, because you're going to scout for a location where you're going to shoot your film.
Location manager.
But within the community, you are going to hire some people who are going to benefit from
it. And it's job creation.
Yes, job creation. Just a single filmmaking. You can see the rippling effects in a lot of people. The location you are going to use the locals to help you in constructing your sets, and putting together a lot of things. So they are also indirectly benefiting from the rippling effects of the creatives in that aspect. Then education is also one part of it. That's where I play, effectively well.
Right. I mean, we know you run your academy, so yes. Go ahead.
So if the media industry is not performing well, there won't be anybody to train. Young people will not show interest in that field. But young people are showing a considerable interest because there's high demand for manpower. The older people are retiring, so you need younger people, train younger people properly
to come on board.
And then younger people these days, because their exposure to technology from onset, they tend to do things differently
from the way
the older folks are doing it. So, and to do that, we need an institution who will train them very well. So this is also part of the
and learning.
Yes, and learning and all that. So this is part of the rippling effects from media and production. Yes.
Right. I mean, a lot is being unfolded there. I thought it was just going to be a straight conversation, but I see a lot coming out of it. I mean, I keep wondering, how come we are not, I mean, the media industry is very big. I believe that the media industry should be able to cater for more of the income to our GDP than maybe oil and gas if well harnessed. But anyways, that's a question for you to answer. Okay. I'll move ahead. Let's jump into this one. Now, on the same premise of what we're discussing, the global platform now, local gains, how are digital channels transforming the business model? Right? I'm talking about local gains now on the global sector.
The global sector.
Exactly. So global platform, local gains, how are digital channels transforming the business model?
In fact, just straight away, digital platforms have actually cut off traditional gatekeepers. What I meant is that if you, in the past, if you want to market your production, you need to go through a marketers.
You go to Alaba International for music artists.
you have to talk and talk and talk. If they don't take your content, they don't take it.
And that's it.
And they also have power to choose whoever will feature in your film, in your production. And by doing that, you realize films in the past, you keep on seeing the same set of people because the marketer will dictate for you that, okay, for me to support your project, you must have this person, and that is killing the younger people to grow, So the new model now where you can, shut off a traditional gatekeeper and go directly, you can discover raw talents, you can feature them in your production, and then you have this ripple effect where younger people have confidence to come on camera, give them opportunity to exhibit their talent. So platforms like YouTube, Spotify, Netflix, Boomplay, and then we also have our local platform we are working on, Novas. What we are trying to do is to...
We'll come to Novas so you can give us an insight. I'm going to see some opportunities there where you can begin to help to grow our GDP.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds very interesting, but we'll come to that. We'll come to that. In case you're still with us, which I know you are still with us, we have I'll put it this way. We have the mighty mind when it comes to multimedia, Mr. Ademola Akitoye with us. He's answering some great questions when we're talking about the industry of multimedia. We'll take a break. When we come back, right, we'll dive into the remaining questions. And remember, we have deal or no deal. And after that, we have retrospect. So don't go anywhere. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Like they say, we take a good break so that you can recalibrate and come in even stronger. We're still right here, Industry Focus, where we talk about what's going on in different industries and how it grows the wonderful GDP of Nigeria. Having said so, I still have my guests in the building. Yes, by the name Mr. Ademola Akitoye. We've been talking about different areas on how we can harness the great potentials in our media industry and how it can be a big boom for Nigeria. Mr. Akitoye, sorry I had to break your thoughts, to follow through. We are talking about how young people can boycott traditional, gatekeepers and begin to make money.
Yes, for example, someone in Aba,
yes,
or in Kaduna or far away Maduguri, doesn't have to travel to Lagos.
Right.
So people think that until you come to Lagos, you can be successful. But with the model, existing model now, you can become a creative, an author, a content creator, and still stay in Kaduna, stay in Aba.
And they will come and look for you there.
They don't even need to look for you. You get
paid online.
You get paid online. Remote jobs, global platforms, local platforms. You put your content there, then you get monetized.
Which is what I was going to ask. Now, how can the government make money out of those who monetizing? That's another question now. Because now...
Yes, the only way government can make money is through taxes.
Great.
So individual will be taxed.
Great.
What government needs to do is to bring many people into tax nets. That is just it. Tax evasion of tax is criminal.
It is a crime.
So you just have to
enforce it.
If you are making money, you should pay tax. It's normal.
Because I tell you right now, you see all this social media influencers living life larger than life.
So that has to do with government. Government needs to enforce that. So if you are making money, you should pay. So what's the democratization of content has done is to give you leverage to make more money. So you don't need to travel from pillar to pole to make money. If you're a good author, for example, there are platforms like Novas. You can put your content there, and then you monetize. Some of these, most of these platforms, you don't even pay to start. It's free. So you put it there, promote your content, and then if it's a good content, you get paid.
You get paid. That's the word.
So
that's
this
the
has
word.
effectively cut off middlemen. You know, before you have to take your content, for example, a book, you take it to publishing house, they have to print it, you know. Some of them will even reject your work.
They don't want to,
you know, they
to
don't
review.
Want to,
Review.
because
They don't
maybe
review.
you are just an indie author, you are upcoming author. They don't know you. So they feel that a waste of time. But with these platforms like Novas, you can put your content there and you begin to earn. And anywhere you are. So this will have a effect of decongesting major cities also, because young people don't need to travel from their existing city to come to bigger city. Because whatever you can make in bigger city, you can also make it in your smaller city.
Whatever you can make in the bigger city, you can also make in the smaller city. You see, industry focus goes way beyond just looking at the industry, but also we help you to pick out those areas that you might not see, bring them in front of you, and help you as young content creators to be able to make money for yourself and stop worrying and disturbing your family members for urgent 2K. All right, our next question on this. It says, beyond talent, what investments and policies are needed to accelerate growth?
Yes.
In less than 2 minutes.
Yes. Development is built on the backbone of infrastructure. There won't be meaningful development without good infrastructure. It's very important. And this is engine room of developed countries. US, China, they have solid infrastructure to back their entrepreneurs. So if we must succeed in this environment, infrastructure like broadband internet access is a must for everyone. In all cities should be connected to broadband internet facility, affordable also, because remember, young people who are starting up, they don't have enough capital, and to buy, expensive data. So data must be cheaper, and the telcos also have roles to play in making affordable some of these their data. Then we talk about uninterrupted power supply. I think this is a problem we've been grappling with for years now. And we hope this will be resolved very soon. It's very important. Then some people have a problem of digital distribution, and that's the problem we are solving, especially for African creators. So then we have funding access also, like grants, seed funds, and stuff like that. Then we also have IP protection, intellectual property protections. What do you do if you have disputes with your IP? Can it easily be resolved in the courts? What are the legal frameworks to resolve this? So we need to look at this. This is a discussion that we must. If someone tamper with my IP, how can I address it? How can I be pacified?
How do I mitigate
at the end of the day? Wouldn't it cost me a lot of money as a young creative? So we need to open discussion around this, and enforcement of it is very important. Then we also need to have standardized creative education.
Standardized creative education.
Yes, that is curriculum. So we don't want disjointed curriculum where you have mushrooms training institution, just train any people anyhow. It should be standardized,
and they must be well certified.
Well certified. It's very important. Let's have a national curriculum with this. I'm aware that National Board of Technical Education, they are trying. They are instituting what we call a national skill qualification framework to standardize some of this training. And I think if it is done well, we can have standardized training from certified institution.
From certified institution, from standardized to certified. Big words for multimedia. You see, we can go places. Like they say, we follow the money, The money does what? Paves the way. All right, like we always say right here on our television station, that if you really mean business, start your day with Business Day. Speaking of which, we do have our next segment here. It's called Deal or No Deal. No matter if you take a break and then come back, but I see that you're ready for it already. All right, so this particular, I'll shake your hand first and hope that this is going to be a deal for you.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not a deal breaker or it's a deal.
Yeah.
Now, the Nigerian government is actively working on initiatives to foster multimedia growth in 2025, which is this year, focusing on improving broadband infrastructure, digital skills development, and creating a supportive regulatory environment. These efforts are part of a broader strategy to build a digitally inclusive and innovation-led kind of industry. Mr. Ademola, with your idea and your expertise, do you see this in under 5 years as a good deal, or you see it as an opportunity for some people to just steal money and sweep it under the carpet? Is this a deal or a no deal? Before I shake your hand again.
Yes, it's actually a deal for me.
It's a deal for you?
Yes.
So you think it's a deal?
It's a deal for me.
It's a deal?
Yes, if done
Okay.
properly, it's a deal.
Okay.
Yes.
How is this a deal?
Yes, when you look at the after status,
Right.
like fiber optics rollout,
right,
and internet access, we also have digital skill and workforce development.
Digital
skill and workforce development.
Right.
This is I think it's under the Minister of Creative Economy. You know, where it is targeted to train 3 million technical talents. You know, within a space of maybe 2 or 3 years. So it's ongoing. It's 3MTT. Then you have fiber optic rollout and internet access. You know, this is under the Project Bridge, and they are trying to connect
Project Bridge.
Yes, you know, then about 90,000 kilometers of fiber. You know, using 2 billion investments.
If I find correctly, that's Project Bridge or Bridge?
Bridge.
Okay, Bridge. Okay.
Bridge. Yes. So that is there. So these are deal for me. We also have after digital trade leadership and job visions. So these are things that these are deal breakers that we if we don't do it properly. Remember, we talk about infrastructural deficiency.
Right.
So this is one way to address it. Then we also talk about talent, you know, because we also need to train good talent. This also fall under it. So it's for me, it's a good deal. Yes,
it's a good deal.
Yes, it's a good deal. Yes.
Mr. Ademola says it's a good deal. So for all of us who have been wanting to key in and get some great insight about the area of multimedia and how this particular area, the federal government is putting its hand and extending it further across to young people, young content creators, and of course, those who understand what media is, to help them grow and earn money right from their living room. They call it remote jobs. Federal government is willing to put in a lot of money in that area to grow it. Mr. Ademola says it's a good deal. Let's take a break. When we come back, we do have our last segment. Let's catch a fresh air, like they say. Deal or no deal? Now you've heard it. What about you? I'll be right back. Don't go away. Great stuff. He said it's a good deal if Nigeria kicks on and flows through with the idea of what he wants to do and the package for multimedia in Nigeria. I still have my guests in the studio. When we started with the quote of the day on multimedia. We also moved straight up to the area where we asked a lot of questions, which was quite important. And again, we spoke about deal or no deal segment. Now we are at the area of retrospect. But before I go further, right, I had one more question to ask Mr. Ademola. As a professional in the multimedia industry, this amount of years, 2 decades. I got it right now. 2 decades.
2 decades.
What would you say has been the greatest challenge and greatest plus, and the cons and pros in the industry for someone like you, and the kind of value you've added with AI multimedia, with Novas that is coming forth right now? How would you say you guys have added value to the GDP of Nigeria, the growth of Nigeria? And anyone who's watching back home will say, you know what, we want to try and see how this industry can grow. Is this the man to talk to?
Okay, let's look at the challenges.
Right.
You know, we started when internet was penetration in Nigeria is at its lowest.
Right.
You know, you could imagine how we work with video at that time. It's really, really tough. But the internet access is getting better, so it's helping us. The major challenge we face is funding.
So that's sorry. So that's 5G over 4G now.
Yes. So the major challenges are, you know, we've talked about them before, but one that stands out is funding. You know, to really run effective media business, you need a lot of funding. You know, because you are dealing with a lot of equipment. For example, you want to go into filmmaking, for example, just a camera, you know, just basic camera that will do the job at least to some extent. You will be talking about 3 million, BRS minimum.
And now that US aid has been pulled off the carpet
pull
of
off the
Nigeria.
carpet. So you have a lot of challenges, you know, when it comes to that funding. It's not just camera, you're talking about other accessories, gears, manpower. So this is one of
transportation.
This is one of the challenges we face when it comes to developing this this environment. I mean, this sector. You know, so that is that. Then other challenges could be political, where you have instability.
I was coming there also.
Policy in economy,
insecurity.
So this could also be challenges that we face
the industry.
So that affect the industry. But one thing for me as a multimedia expert over the years, we'll be able to walk through these challenges and overcome some of the difficulties, you know, the hurdles. And then we are still standing. So that is that. Then the impact, we cannot overemphasize the impact, our contribution in the industry. Number one, let's look at training. In terms of training, we've trained thousands of young people for the past 14, 15 years. We started AI multimedia, and then we've also provided employment. Some of our alumni are well engaged in most organizations, and they are contributing their quotas to the GDP
of Nigeria, which is very important. Yes, we follow the money on the show.
Yes. Then, in addition to that, we also do production support. We help organizations to, put together their production. Churches, companies, and all that. And then when we do that, they make money. They're also contributing to the GDP of the country.
All right. Much has been said. I know, given the chance, we'll probably go on and on and on. Yes, most definitely, it's part of why we're here. But just before we wrap up and leave, we have our last segment before we take your final notes and say a good, wonderful goodbye. Retrospect. Believe it or not, media, like they say, adds a lot of value. Yes, you agree. That's why we're in front of you, talking on the camera, and the whole world is watching. But in Nigeria, within the time when we had the civil war, a lot of people don't know this. At that time, the media industry wasn't that fully exposed, but it was making a lot of strides. But after the war, the media played a major role. Now it says here, although not directly on the August 5th, yet this day can still remain and fall into the minds of Nigerians, the Nigerian Civil War between 1967 and 1970 and its impact on media landscape. It is important to reflect on how the war shaped media's narrative, right? The narratives of media and the role of media in conflict. Hence, a new frontier for media grew, and then started generating more income for Nigeria as the years followed through. That's some history for you guys to chew in, and hopefully you will understand the history of multimedia. Mr. Ademola, do you see that history a bit of controversial, or did it add some insight to it?
For me, it's not controversial, because something must start from somewhere, and you build on it. You know, there was a time we were using us as a means of transportation. So some people built on it until we have a modern day cars and all that.
And
so
now we have drones that carry people around. It's amazing how we've come this far as a civilization.
So it's development, it's developmental, you know, because we started this way doesn't mean we have to remain that way. So I won't dispute that history, but so many have happened even after that. Over time. So, you know, this is where we are. So,
Mr. Demola, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It has been really in-depth. Knowledge has come out of it, quite insightful. We had a lot of information you've given to us, and of course, you poured more light on the area regarding youth engagement and how they can make money. Because, like we say, do what you love to do, but make sure you're making money in the process. Thank you so much. We've had Mr. Demola break down every single detail that we needed to make sure that for those of you who want to become multimedia experts, you know where to go to, you know how to do your research. And obviously, you also know who to talk to. Mr. Demola, thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Are you on social media?
Thank you so much. Yes, we are on social media.
What's the social media handle?
You see all our AI Multimedia NG,
right,
on Novas NG, you know, all social media platform, just AI Multimedia NG,
right,
or Novas NG. We are here to help to add our quota to the GDP of Nigeria. We are doing everything possible. You know, creative economy is not just entertainment; it is an enterprise. So we are taking it seriously.
Before we go, let's take this one seriously now. Do you think content is actually king? A cause of another day.
What are we doing here? We are creating content.
Most definitely.
And it's king.
And it is king.
Without content, how do people get informed? So content is information.
Right.
It's key.
It's key.
Yes, and it's king.
Thank you very much. It has been wonderful having you guys. Of course, you know, more of this will come your way. Thank you so much for tuning in, for being with us right here on Industry Focus. Until next week, Tuesday. Remember this, if you really must do business, start today with Business Day. My name is Dr. Valentine. Bye-bye for now.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to, and catch up with industries in the market and how the economy affects them. The market is buzzing from food to fashion, lifestyle, and everything in between. I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind. What's the pulse in this market? On this episode of Market Pulse, we are exploring the food market. We went all the way to Lekki and Abalende market to know how inflation has affected the current market prices.
How much is this carton?
It's
250. That's the last price.
Yeah.
The fuel subsidy removal in May 2023 caused a hike in fuel prices, but it did not stop there. It also cut across all areas, including the food industry.
The first subsidy is gone.
Interacting with the sellers of foodstuff at Lekki Market, we captured current price situation in comparison with that from previous years.
I've been in it since my childhood. It's my grandma's business, so when she's an elder person now, so we asked her to Rex. That's why we take me and my elder sister. That's our last one inside. It has really affected us based on no plantain. You usually have seasons. So when there is no season like this, it used to be very, very expensive than the rates we usually buy before. Now it's very, very expensive. From last 2 years back, is the prices are still better than this year. Like then when it is season, we usually buy plantain dozen, maybe 40,000, 30,000 per 12 head. It's called dozen. When it is season, we usually buy 30,000, 40,000. When it's not the season, we usually buy 200,000 per dozen, 250. Yeah, last 2 years, 250, 180, depending on the size of the plantains. So now that like this year now, when it is season, we usually buy a dozen of plantains, 60,000, 50,000 per dozen. Yeah, this year, when it's the season, we buy 40, 50, depending on the size. And when it's not the season at all, we usually buy 250, 300, 350 per dozen. That's 12 head per dozen. We don't increase the price, we reduce out of what we are selling. We let them know that it's not the season already, and them too, they will know that it's not the season. At the beginning of the season, they will see plantain everywhere. But when it's not the season, they won't be able to get maybe close to their house. They have to come to the market to get it. So they don't have choice than to buy it.
I get like 3 years for this market. Back of us, like 30k. Now we don't like 80k now. Last week, feel like 40,000. Now like this one, 180. This one now. This one is 180 now. Last week, like 40k. I don't increase the money because for our business, I don't have money for a day. That's for years. I don't increase the money again. I go tell them because I tell them the market don't have money. Just I go add my own self. 2 years where it passed. Feel like where 2 years passed. Where today I go get it and reach like 2x. Just I manage. It's too easy.
We bought it in bunch. So one bunch before is 1,000, but now we got it 2,000. So it affects us very, very, very well. We have to increase the price we sold it before. Before, when we got it 1,000, we sell it 200. When we go to the market, we have to get the price the way. So now the price, one of this leaf is 500 naira. Customer complains so much. It's our business. We know how we are going to sell it and how we are going to speak to the customer. We have to reduce the quantity, because if we don't reduce the quantity, we have to have the low price. We are going to short on the market because of the transport money, the one where the market we bought from the market, the increase of the transport money in a month. Like 4 months ago, we can see like let's say 50,000, but now in a month is hard to see 20,000. Yes, it's hard to see 20,000.
They are finished their work, but to do freedom is they don't have money to do it. That's why they come here. They come and help us to sell market. Maybe we can give them 1.5 a day. When they go tomorrow morning, the next day they come, then we give them another money.
Deciding to get answers from other sources, we shifted our gaze and redirected our steps to the Obalende market, where we interacted with other food sellers, and not so surprisingly, there was an outburst.
We used to buy basket of tomato that time, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. Sometimes we dey buy one basket of tomato 1.8, and we are shedding it 100 naira, sometimes 50 naira. But now it's too expensive. One basket of tomato for market now is 120,000. Well, it's not supposed to be like that. So by then, something is not moving on well. We cannot even sell a basket of tomato finish a day. All our customers, all the people that we used to supply, when something is going higher, then reduce them, go back, they cannot even buy anything for us. Like a bag of pepper now, we used to buy bag of pepper 3,000, 4,000. But now a bag of pepper, that flour is 200,000, 150, 120. We used to call one patanla. That patanla is 1,500 naira before. That patanla now is now 80,000, 100,000. How are we going to sell it? We are shedding 5 pieces of pepper, 500. How many people used to do soup? If you wanted to do soup for your house now, if you want to buy pepper to satisfy yourself, you will buy pepper around like a 6,000 or 7,000 to satisfy yourself before you buy pomo. I really like to buy pomo to buy gbogbo. If you want to do soup to satisfy yourself, you go to use almost 20,000. And everything there is expensive. So we cannot even, I don't even know the adjective I can use to qualify it. I don't know the adjective. This is what I used to train all my children to the university level. But now, I don't hold it. If to send abroad, I need to stay out and be paying me salary. But Nigeria is not like that. All the benefits we supposed to benefit for Nigeria, our government, they don't do it for us. Because by now, as this my age now, I'm not supposed to be roaming up and down for road. I'm supposed to get house to be paying me my salary. But our government, they don't do it. Some now, their children, they school, like 4, 5. How are they going to cope? When primary school are paying money like a university, some don't withdraw children for school. Some their children are going private, they cannot cope.
So I start from small, like 15 years. That time when I start, I dey buy yam. We dey buy two like this. We dey buy yam for 50 kobo. We don't dey buy yam now like one now. We go buy am like 4, 5. Me sef I go come sell am like 5,000 because I can't lie. So everything is going higher, up. All markets now they expenses now. Things are increased every day. Like this one now, I buy 100. 1 tubasha, we buy it 5,000. I pay for grant. Then I pay for biro that is bringing it for me every day. He collects 1,000 every day. So I have to put that money on top of that market. Now pay motor, now like 100 now. We carry it 6,000 for 100. Motor we carry it 6,000. I have to put that money on top and borrow money before I come make my own gain. That transportation make they carry am down. They bring the market from north. We beg government, we no do shakara, they make the help us so that they go bring market, they go bring the fuel down so that the market sef will come down.
15,500 now we used to buy it before the carton. Now 51,500 we are buying it now for this thing 4 corners. So we have 3 slates. That 3 slate is 63,000. So the 4 corner is 51,500 we are buying it now. Before this set now, I used to sell it 200 naira. So now it's 500. So the one of this thing 300 naira, 400 naira. So it's 1,000 naira I'm selling it now.
Used to buy like 300, like 5,000, 6,000, like 100, 200 pieces. That you come and you sell it in the market. Now tomato come down. Now you used to buy like 50,000, 60,000 now. The time that I first started, I had like 5,000 in my hand to start. When I take that 5,000 naira to go and buy pomo, small, I'm seeing some of gain small inside. this one that I been now, I cannot be selling it finished today. Tomorrow I'll come and sell another one tomorrow. I'm managing it small because I'm buying the pomo small so that I can sell it finished in time. That's why I'm buying it small.
As we dug deeper, sellers told us the struggle with maintaining profitability in the market. The struggle, very real. From the local markets, we had a discussion with the CEO of a 5-star contemporary Afro-fusion restaurant on these same course.
I'm here with the CEO of a contemporary restaurant in Lekki, Ram and Beer. Welcome to the show, Mr. Melvin.
Thank you so much.
So, Ram and Beers.
Yes.
Now, let's go back to the very beginning of your business. Walk us through the business idea, the execution. Yes.
All right. So for Ram Beer started in 2019, actually. Yeah, that's how we started the business. And the name Ram Beer, okay, first of all, I looked at what do people like in general. Ram.
Yes.
We all like ram, like the layer ram, the ram meats and all the ram suya, you know. And then I said, okay, fine. So ram is one keyword. I kept it there. Then what the next thing that people could relate with in terms of drinks for adults? Beer.
Yeah.
People like drinking beer.
Yeah.
Right. So okay, so I said, fine, if that's the case, that's my name. Ram and Beer.
Ram and Beer, beautiful.
Yes.
So how was your startup process like?
So for the startup for us, it was quite a difficult one. I can't even lie, because that was before COVID, so we didn't really see certain things happening to us at the time. But we were able to scale it through. So for us, what we did was that we started with like the usual, not like the usual per se, but for us, we had to like buy like a derica of rice, a derica of beans, half carton of turkey, half carton of chicken, just like put together. Then we bought a full ram and then kickstarted the business just like that.
A full ram?
The full ram.
Wonderful.
So we gave out a lot of free meals to friends, to families, right? To like test it and like give us a feedback. First, I was one doing everything at the time. The grilling, the cooking, everything was me at the time before I started bringing in new hands to assist us.
And then your business blossomed.
Yes, it did actually. After 3 years online, that was in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Online was doing so well. Our customers were now asking us, how far? We need a physical location. What's going on? So I had to like venture into that. I was very lucky enough to like get certain investors, which are my friends, that believed in the business and they injected some good amount of money into the business. We got a space in Lekki Phase 1, a big space, paid for it like about 10 years straight at the location and started running the business. That's how it came to life.
So you said the business, it's bloomed and blossomed as at 2022.
As at 2020, in the 2020, we already had about over 800 customers that we have serviced, all online.
Wow.
And we had about 3 dispatch bikes then, which wasn't enough at the time. So we had to partner with at that time was GoCada, yes, with them to help us facilitate our deliveries and all that, alongside with the 3 bikes that we had on ground. Before we now move to the new space.
Let's take a stroll back to 2 years, 2023.
Okay.
How has inflation affected your business?
Trust me, the inflation has hit us hard. I think it has hit everybody anyway, but for us, it's been sad because we have not been able to get those amount of customers that we usually get on a daily basis.
Yes.
So for instance, in a week, we might have like a footfall, for walking customers in the restaurant, how about let's say 200 people walking in a week, or 300 in a week walking in. Because of the inflation, it reduced drastically to like 50 people in a week.
Oh.
That was bad because now people don't come in any longer. And I still had to pay the staff, pay the hostesses, run physical operation costs, which doesn't really care about whether people come in or not. They must be paid. Compared to when we're online, we didn't really bother. If anybody orders, fine. If anybody orders, fine. We don't really bother that much. But in having a physical location whereby we're hoping that people will come and people don't end up coming, things became really bad for us. The prices of our items now skyrocketed a whole lot. It was really, really crazy, actually.
So still on this inflation, you mentioned prices of items skyrocketing.
Yes.
But apart from prices of items skyrocketing, did you have to substitute ingredients? Did you have to change your menu? What have you done to adjust to this?
Okay, so we did not reduce our standards, first of all.
The same ingredients?
Same ingredients, same standard. But what we had to now do was we had to now increase the costs of each item. Our menu was a bit robust at the time, so we had to like streamline it to have like very few items, not so much, because we couldn't cater for a lot of items to always buy and put in our inventory. So we had to like streamline to like certain things that we know that will always move to our best sellers, so to say. So best sellers meals, best seller grills, we had on the menu. Other one that was only selling so much, we took it out and then focus on those ones and increase the margin up to a bit with about 15% on each of the meals and continue the business.
I'm looking at the aspect of now your labor force. Did you have to cut them? You had to cut down your labor force.
To be very honest, I felt sad doing that.
It's
because
always sad.
I had to, because we couldn't continue that way. So we had about 32 staff at the time. We had to streamline to like 18. Even the 18 had to start doing like some other people's jobs. But I never touched the workforce, which is the kitchen guys, which is the chefs, the grill chefs, and the assistant. I didn't touch that department. But other areas had to streamline then increase their salaries. I made it higher than what they were receiving before, just to accommodate the fact that, okay, guys, you're going to be doing more work as usual, and this is the money we're going to be paying you extra to compensate you for that extra work. The other guy has to now cut them off. So that reduced our salary base to about at 45%.
So looking at the business aspect of it now, your income, take us back to 2023. Let's compare your income from 2023 and from 2025. With increase in prices of your menu, with increase, let's still compare.
Okay, so if you're going to compare 2 years ago, 2023 and today being 2025, I would say 2 years ago, the money that we made had more value. So if we're making 20 million naira in a month, for example, is of value because you might be spending about, let's say, like 2 or 3 million naira to go and restock your item, which is fine. So this year, you might be making like 14 million, like times 2 of what you made 2 years ago. It seems more to you. But you're spending like 8 million or 10 million on restocking your items. So you see where the problem is coming from. We couldn't match up it. We couldn't match it up at all. 2 years ago, 4 million can buy your food stuff, and now 8 million, like times 2 of what you're buying. We started buying tomatoes for a bag for like 150k for a bag of fresh pepper. A bag
compared to
50k. Same bag.
Significant
increase that affected the business drastically, but we have to keep moving because we're here to serve, right? So we'll keep serving.
So a little birdie told us that your restaurant got demolished. We want you to walk us through that traumatizing, if I must say, process. What happened? What led to it?
So first of all, it's a very sad story. We never saw it coming, that this would happen someday. We're running the business, we're paying our taxes, we created jobs for a lot of people, even our external contractors, we're paying them. I mean, the business was taking care of several families.
Yes, of course.
Comfortably, right? We're all dependent on the business. But this now happened in February 2020 when the LASBACA, which is Lagos State Building Control Agency, came to our restaurant and partially demolished it.
Partially?
Yes. So we had a structure and an outdoor structure. The entire outdoor structure was brought down. The entire BQ, the boys' quarters where we had our staff sleep, I feed them every day. every single day, morning and night. So that makes them very comfortable, and their salary they can save and make proper use of it. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that was demolished, kitchen was demolished, the entire front was demolished, and there was no notice of any such.
No notice.
No notice.
Suddenly.
No notice. We are coming so deal or pay a particular deal. No. All my taxes from federal to local taxes are up to date. I have my books, I have my records in my on the cloud, whereby I can actually check even right now. If you ask me to bring it out right now, I can bring it out right now. It was really start for us, and that's what triggered it was because certain neighbors have been constantly writing petitions against the business, as to say, okay, we're always making noise, car parks are always full, people are always coming there a lot and all that. But all of these things they were saying against us, most of them were not true. For the sound, for example, right, Lasepa sealed our, as Lagos State environmental protection, sealed our place. They now reopened it on the basis that we had to make sure we follow the protocols, which is no sound at night. If we must play sound at night, it must be 45 decibel, which we were doing. Then during the day, 55 decibel. We spent almost, at least for the soundproof, about 12 million for the soundproof, both inside and outside, to soundproof the entire space, to control the noise.
Yes.
We did that. So they didn't come again. Then as for the car park, we had a lot of car park. We had a good car park space. Okay. Even had like a neighbor down the road that gave us a space that I usually pay every month for car parking too.
So if you have done this, if you have taken these steps, what's really...
I can't seem to understand what exactly was the problem.
Because I still can't pinpoint.
Likewise, I wish I can pinpoint the exact problem that we had, then I would know what to do. I can't fight the government. It's been 5 months now, 6 months. My entire daily bread, my entire source of income has been cut short. How am I surviving right now? Wearing a nice suit and smelling nice. Oh, boy, it's just good. So I really don't know what to say anymore, but I hope that maybe in their heart, some way, somehow, they will give us the opportunity to run again as a business. And I can say it clearly that if we are opportunity to run again as a business, we will do everything that it takes to ensure compliance to their terms and conditions.
Yes.
All my chefs are like from 45, 50-year-old, are very matured men and women with their kids. So how are they surviving? I've been paying them salary since this thing happened in February, even without us making any money in the company. Why? Because this is their only source of income.
Yes.
By telling them that, if this doesn't get sealed by next month, I can't continue again. Because I don't even have the money to take care of my own family. Talk more of paying salaries to people that are not even working. Just because of just self-pity or empathy, I'm trying to, be a nice boss, say, but it's affecting me too.
You're a grill chef.
Yes, I'm a grill chef.
Tell me your favorite, just give me your favorite dish now.
Okay, so for grills, I like to grill pork ribs.
Pork ribs.
Yes, I love pork ribs. I love ram. But ram is number one.
Yes.
Let me not lie. I eat ram like every day. Ram in my soup, ram in my stew. I love ram. I can't even lie. So ram, pork ribs, lamb chops are my favorite grills. So I started grilling about 15 years ago, a long time ago actually. I started grilling. So yeah, as a grilled chef, I like to explore. My favorite meal is the pork ribs and pork ribs and the ram fried rice, and also the lamb chops grilled.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pork ribs. Let's talk about pork ribs.
All right.
We can't have an expert and then not get tips. Because tell us, what is one cooking mistake that people give us a game changer for pork ribs?
Okay, so for pork ribs, the game changer for ram and beer is the fact that, like I said, we have been able to reinvent every of our meals with our special. So first of all, we have special sauces that we have created by ourselves. So when customer comes to the restaurant, we can either give you the normal popular ketchup if you want to have that as a sauce, or our own special sauce that we made by ourselves.
Secret recipe.
Secret. I cannot tell you that. I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
Okay.
But it's a secret recipe for us. And Yeah, so like I said, for our pork ribs, our ram suya, what we do differently, which I tell people to go and try, is that we dip soak it and marinate it with beer.
Ram and beer.
That we call ram and beer.
So, Mr. Melvin, you like games. I like games too. Everybody likes games.
Yes.
Have you heard of Kiss Kill Marry? Kiss Kill Marry, where they put celebrities and they're like Kiss Kill Marry. You've not heard. Let me introduce you to your own chef version of Kiss Kill Marry. So we're going to do what's best favorite.
What's best favorite?
Yes. You have 5 seconds to answer. What's best favorite?
Okay.
Can we start?
Of what? Okay.
Relax. Can we start?
All right, can we start?
What's best favorite? Curry, thyme, ginger. Which is your worst?
Thyme.
Thyme.
Yes.
I'm offended. I put thyme in my eggs.
Sorry.
I'm a thyme lover. Best.
Ginger.
Ginger. Favorite.
Favorite.
Curry.
Ginger should be my favorite.
Okay.
Curry should be my best, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned something earlier about buying a bag of tomato for 150. Where do you give us one secret? Where do you buy your things from?
Okay, so
the cheapest.
The cheapest. So
yes.
First of all, I said pepper, not tomatoes. So a bag of pepper at 150.
Oh,
and where we buy most of our food products is in the north or in my 12.
My 12. So my 12 is the market for cheapest food stuff. We can say that
in Lagos.
In Lagos.
Yes.
My 12 people is the market for cheapest food stuff.
Yes.
It's been so much fun. It's been so exciting, so exhilarating having you here, Mr. Melvin. Let's have it for my guest, Mr. Melvin. I am so happy that you came here and it's been so exciting. CEO of Ram and Beer Restaurant. I am Amanda Amos-Igwe saying stay safe, and this is BDTV.
We have listened and caught up on prices in the food industry.
You are watching Business Day Television.